Okay, hi guys, my name is Patrick, but you can call me 26. And what we're going to do today is we are going to discuss about how you can build this app, right? This app is perfect for beginners. It teaches you all about laying out the view programmatically in UIKit, if you're interested in learning UIKit. And it also has a bit of maps. You're going to learn how to put annotations in maps, how to navigate maps. You can switch between the standard and the satellite, as you can see, right? You can also get the user's location. And we're also going to have core data and networking, right? So let's look at this example. So what we have here is the map, and it starts off with the region we have chosen, and in this case we have chosen to start in Naples or Napoli in Italy, right? And what you have here is you could add this the location and make it one of your favorites in Coredata. And when you do that, you're going to reach out to Open Weather API and get the current day's weather, which is up here. And then you're going to get 7 days worth of weather, right? So this is what is shown here. So this is going to be the weather in the 7 days, and you get a different SF symbol depending on the weather, right? And you can remove it from your favorites if you don't want it to be persisted in core data, right? And if you come to favorites, you're going to get all the previous places that you've gone to your favorites, right? And on the map, you could just come to the map and point at anywhere on the map, and this is going to be shown. You're going to get the weather of that particular place, right? So for example, if we go down the Amalfi Coast in Italy, and maybe, let's see, where do we want to go? We want to go to Sorrento, right? So we go to Sorrento, and we could do this, click on it, long press on it, on the Gulf di Napoli. And what you're going to do is you're going to get this annotation, and then you're going to be able to click here. And when you do this, you're going to get the current weather, right? And you could choose if you want to add Sorrento, which is on the Amalfi coast, and you see that it has, on Sunday, there's some sun here. You can add it to your favorites, right? So you could add it to favorites, and if you go to favorites, you're going to get this, right? So you're going to get this among your favorites, and you can scroll down to Sorrento, and you could always come back and check the weather, right? So we have the ability to literally scroll anywhere on the map, and also we can see the hybrid of the satellite, right? So we have an option between the standard and the satellite, right? Using a segmented picker on how we change our map, right? So that's that. And also we are able to go to the user's current location. So if you hit this, you're going to go to the user's current location. And when you get to the user's current location, you can also get the particular weather for that position, because it's literally anywhere you point on the map, you just press it and you're going to get the current user's location, right? Another thing you could do is you could actually search for a place and then get that place's weather, right? So let's think of a city in, let's say, Asia, right? So let's think Ulaanbaatar, right? Ulaanbaatar, right? So Ulaanbaatar, which is, I believe, the capital of Mongolia, or one of the biggest cities in Mongolia. And if we come here, we of course we use MK local search to complete the names of places, right? And we could select this, and we get the actual weather in Ulaanbaatar. And if we want, you can add it to among our favorites. So we add it to our favorites, it's going to be there. And another city, let's see. We're in the middle of May right now, so is there a city that can be snowing? Maybe something in the very north, so that you can see the SF symbol for snowing. I'm thinking, let's try Denali in the United States. Let's go with this one, Denali, right? So Denali today is negative 32.1 degrees Celsius, right? So here we find that Denali is still snowing, still pretty cold. It's in Alaska, and so we can also add Denali to among our favorites, right? So that's basically our app, and what we do is we persist the actual location using core data, right? I don't know why Denali's map is not showing, right? So maybe Denali is very high up in the north, so there's barely anyone in Alaska. Apple Maps doesn't work as well, right? So I don't know why they're calling it Haley. Okay, maybe Denali is not the city. Denali is, I know there's a national park called Denali. And also there's a very famous car in America called, I believe it's a Chevrolet, called Denali, right? So that is basically our app, and this is perfect for beginners because, like I said, you're going to use UIKit, but you're going to do everything programmatically. You're going to see how we set up core data, how we fetch data from core data, how we delete data from core data, and so on and so forth, right? So that's it. Let's get cracking. So the very first thing we're going to do is we want to create an app. So we're just going to hit next, and the name is going to be not location picker, but we're going to call it something like, let's call it weather map, because that's what it's going to be. It's going to be map for a particular place, so we're going to call it weather map, and I have a weather map already, so I'm going to say weather map 2, like so. The interface is going to be storyboard. We're going to be building it programmatically. Swift storage is going to be none, though we're going to be switching to core data in a bit, right? We're going to input core data in place in a little bit, right? But for now, we're just going to leave it like that. So we hit next, and it's going to ask you where you want to put it. I'm just going to say that, and it's going to create it, and there is where it's going to be. Could make a few changes here. We don't want it on iPad, right? So minimum deployment, let's make it 17.0, 17.0 like so. We do not want the Apple Vision, we do not want the Mac, we do not want the iPad, right? That will get rid of some of the deployment to iPad and whatnot. We also want it only in portrait mode, right? So that is going to be done. Then the next thing to do is getting rid of our main storyboard. We're going to be doing everything programmatically. So what we're going to do is we're just going to delete this, right? So we come here to the main storyboard, and we're going to hit delete, right? And we're just going to move it to trash, right? So we hit move to trash, and that's going to be that. Of course, when you try to run it now, it's not going to work. It's going to break. And what we need next is to go to where do we need to go? We need to go to the info, right? Wait, have we done everything here? We need to tell it not to use the storyboard. Where do you do that? Build settings. Is it build settings or yes? We could select this and just hit backspace and delete in the info.p list. We delete the storyboard, and then I believe after that we also need to make sure that we go to over here to the info.p list files, which has the privacies, right? And we just want to get to the storyboard name and hit negative, right? So now we've gotten rid of our storyboard, and the very first thing we'd want to do is we need to create a couple of files. So we'll come here and we create a new group. So we say new group, and the first group is going to be called views. These ones are going to be the views that are contained in the controllers, right? So that, and then the next one is going to be a new group, and this one is going to be called services. This is going to be something containing Coredata and the networking, and a new group. The next group is going to be called models or models. Let's call it models, like so. Then we're going to create a new group, and the new group here is going to be called controllers, right? Controllers, and the controllers are going to be things like the map view, the search view, the favorites, and the detail view, right? So they're going to be at least 4 controllers. And also the tab controller, right? And then what's the next one? I think that's all. And where do we put the extensions? The extensions we could put in services, right? So the very first thing we need would be to come here and hit Command N and create a new Swift file, and it's going to be for the extensions. And here we could just say extensions, like so. Hit create, and because there's a video on how we actually do this, right? Because when you're doing it programmatically, it's good to have code that you've already written, the anchoring code that will help you, right? So it's just a snippet of code that will help you anchor stuff on the screen, right? So I normally keep mine handy by. So you hit the plus, and I have mine, it's called extension on the UI view. This is just to put stuff on the screen, right? So we select that, so we do that, and we get this extension. And what it does is that it just anchors everything. It anchors it, and then you can give it, you can center it, you can center it vertically, you can center it horizontally, you can give it a size, you can set the height, set the width, you can tell a view to fill its super view, then you can add views variadically, right? So there are videos which I will put in a playlist, that I will attach this to a playlist, right? Just go under my playlist and look at UIKit, and you're going to see those videos, right? I explain everything here, so this should be pretty easy to follow. I've already explained it, and it's complaining here because we have not imported. Right, so now we have UIKit there, and we have everything we need. It's still not going to work, of course, because there's another thing, right? And then there's another one where now I've not explained this, but it's pretty straightforward. It's just for UI labels. Putting labels on the screen is something that we do a bunch of times, right? So in order to save ourselves time, we could just come here, hit plus like so, and come here and have the UI label, right? So this is just a convenience initializer for the labels, where we tell it what the label should have. So we have a text, it defaults to an empty string. We have the font, it defaults to the size 12. You could make it bigger if you want. You have a text, it defaults to color black. The text alignment is going to default to left, because we'll mainly be doing this, we'll be building with English most of the time, right? Where we go, it's red, left, right. Of course, if you're dealing with Arabic, it's going to be in the opposite direction, right? The number of lines is going to default to 1. So that's just an extension that is going to help us save on time, right? And then we come to the scene delegate, and here is where we would like to create a bunch of things, right? So what we would do next is we would come to our controllers, and this extension doesn't belong here. It belongs in, let's put it in services, right? So it belongs in services, although you could put it wherever you want. Just doesn't make sense with what I have just explained. That's why I have moved it. And the next thing to do would be to come here in the controllers, hit Command N, create a new controller. This one is going to be called tab controller, main tab bar controller, and that's just going to be the hub of where all the views are going to be in our app, right? It's going to be UIKit, like so. Come here, say class main tab bar controller. For now, that's what it's going to look like, right? Going to make a couple of changes. We could just make it a tab bar, but for now, what we are going to do is we're going to make it a view controller, right? UI view controller, like so, right? And we come here and we say super view did load, right? For now, it's going to be view did load. Call that super view did load. View dot background color is going to be dot black is the default, so let's say cyan, right? Cyan, or some color that makes sense, right? Now the next thing we need to do is we need to make sure that we can actually see what we have done, right? Now what we're going to do is we come to the scene delegate, and with our scene delegate, now the next thing we need to do is we would need to come to our scene delegate, and in our scene delegate we will just come here and say this is going to be the underscore, it's going to be window scene, like so. And then afterwards you're going to say window is going to be UI window, like so, and the frame is going to be the window scene dot, which you just had up there, and this is going to be coordinate space dot bounds, right? And then after that we're going to say window dot window scene is going to be the window scene, right? And then we're going to say window, right? Window dot root view controller, and this is going to be main tab bar controller, like so. And then we come here and we say window dot make key invisible, right? So now we have our main tab bar controller as being an entry point of our app, and we could run this to make sure that everything is as it should be, right? That's going to be cyan. Let's run this and see that everything is as it should be. Okay, if we hit run, what you're going to get is perhaps our window. Let's see it. It's taking a sweet time, but we'll get there eventually. Hopefully everything is as it should be, and voila, we do get this glorious cyan background, whatever color that is, cyan background, right? Now with the cyan background, now what we could do next is we could create the various controllers that we knew. We need a map view, we need a search view, we need a favorites, and at some point you're going to need a detail view, right? So let us create those. Let's come here. The detail view we'll use a bit later, but let's create the three that we're going to see on the main tab bar controller, right? So the first one is going to be Command N, and it's going to be the entry. When we open the tab bar, this is what you're going to see. This is going to be a new file, and it's going to be called map view controller, right? And we have our map view controller, and we're going to import that, and we're going to come here and we say class map view controller UI view controller, like so. And what you're going to do here is going to be super view did load, right? View did load, like so. Call the super, like so. Say view dot background color. This is going to be orange or something of the sort, right? Then the next one is going to be another controller. Hit Command N. This is going to be a Swift file. Hit next. This one is going to be the search view controller. Search view controller, like so. Hit that. That's going to be that. We need to import UIKit, like so. Come here, say class. This one is going to be called search view controller, UI view controller. Come here, this is going to be view did load, like so. Call the super view did load view dot, okay, not m view but view dot background color. This one is going to be dot red, right? come here and create another one. This one is going to be, that's we've done the map view, we've done the search view, we need favorites, right? This is going to be a Swift file. Come here, this is going to be favorites controller, like so. Hit create, like so. And this one is going to be UIKit, like so. Come here, say class favorites controller. This is going to be that. Come here, do this, and the next one is going to be view did load, like so. Call this, do that. It's going to be view dot background color. This is going to be dot blue, right? And the final one, I believe, is going to be command N, and this is going to be something we're going to do a bit later on. It's going to be detail view controller, like so. Hit that. Come here, we're going to import that. Come here, say class, say that. This is going to be of type UI view controller, like so. View did load, call the super view dot background color. This is going to be dot system mint, right? So we have created all the view controllers we need. Now we need to figure them out. Now what we need to do next is go to the main tab bar controller. Now in our main tab bar controller, what we need to do is first, this is not going to be a UI view controller, but rather it's going to be a UI tab bar controller. UI tab controller, right? So we have that. Then afterwards we have our configuration, and we say let configuration, and the configuration is going to be UI image dot symbol configuration, and here we're going to have the weight, like so. And this is going to be let's make it heavy. Heavy is just going to be a slightly less than black, right? So what we want is we're going to call a function, and this function, what it's going to do is it's going to show one of the views, right? The views in the main tab bar, right? So it's going to show either the map view, depending on how you cycle through them, right? So what we want here is we need to create a function called setup tabs. And what setup tabs is, it's going to have a list of view controllers. But before that, we're going to create a function, and the job of this function is going to be pretty straightforward. It's just going to take a particular controller, and then we're going to give it the title that you're going to have on the controller, the image, and the selected image. And all it's going to do is it's just going to return those, right, as the particular view, right? So in our main tab bar controller, right? So we need to pass in a couple of things there. So we come here and we say function func, like so, and it's going to be called something like create navigation controller, or whatever you want to call it, right? Controller, right? And this one is going to be root view controller. View controller title is going to be of type string, like so. The image is going to be of type UI image, like so. And the selected image is going to be of type UI image. Now what this is we're going to be call this function, pass these things, and then it's going to give us a UI view controller, right? Okay, so what that looks like is we come here and we say let nav controller, and this is going to be UI navigation controller, and the root view controller in question, root view controller, is going to be the root view controller, like so. And we come here and we say nav controller dot tab bar item dot title is going to be whatever title you pass in. So you say title, like so. Then you're going to say nav controller dot tab this dot image is going to be whatever image you pass, right? It's going to be the image. Then we come here and we say nav controller dot tab bar item dot selected image, and this is going to be the selected image, like so. Come here, say nav controller dot navigation bar dot prefers large title, and this is going to be false, so that we can have all of them inline. We want all of them to be at the top and inline, and then we come here and we say nav controller dot navigation item dot title, and this is going to be set to the title, right? So basically that you'll be seeing that in a couple of seconds, right? And then we want to give it a tint color and a background color and then return it, right? It's complaining because you're not returning it. So we just come here and we say UI tab bar dot appearance dot tint color, and the tint color here is going to be dot system, pick your favorite colors. I'm going to go with system purple. Say here UI tab bar, and then we're going to have appearance is going to be background color, background color. This is going to be dot white, like so, right? And then we just return it. So we say return nav controller, right? Now we have that. We have everything we need. Now the next thing to do would be to actually create this. So we use this, put this into good use, right? Now we're going to create another function which we're going to call from here. We're just going to call this set up tabs, like so. It doesn't exist. Come here, create it. So it's going to be func. This is going to be called set up tabs, like so. And set up tabs is going to be like so. And here we're just going to have view controllers, and this is going to be an array of the view controllers we want, right? And we're going to hit enter, and the view controller is going to be create navigation controller. The root view controller here is going to be the map view, which is going to be the order that you put them is how they're going to appear, right? So since we want the map view to be the first one user gets, it's going to be map view controller. The title is going to be maps, like so. The image is going to be UI image, like so. The system name is going to be map.circle, like so. Selected image is going to be map.circle.fill, like so. And we want it perhaps this with configuration, right? So we come here and we say with configuration, and the configuration is just going to be the configuration, like so, right? So we do that, and it's going to complain. We could hit bangs there, right? And what's the problem? We have our system name here, and we have our image is going to be UI image, and with that, and we have a selected image also with configuration, right? So we come here and we say selected image here is going to be selected image should also have with configuration, right? Selected image, oh, okay, I guess, right? So the selected image also needs to be like so. Let's just give it that, right? Now the selected image is just going to be this, right? But a slightly different image. So we want the image, depending on whether or not you've selected the image, to have a different image, right? So this is going to be map.circle, and this is going to be one of them is going to be map.circle, and the next one is going to be map.circle.fill. So a slight change, right? So if you go to the SF symbols and you do this, and you come here and you say map.circle, right? Map.circle. So you're either going to get this when you select it, you're going to get one, and when you deselect it, you're going to get the other, right? So that's going to be the first one. We put a comma, and we could copy this a bunch of times, 2 times to be exact. Copy, come here, do this, come here, do that, right? Now the next one is going to be called search, right? This is going to be called search. It's going to be search. Come here, do this. The image in question is going to be magnifying glass.circle. glass.circle like so, dot circle like so, and what we want next is going to be here. Copy this, copy, do this circle, and circle, spell it correctly, right? Circle, otherwise it won't appear. You're going to be wondering what's up and you are not spelling it correctly, right? So this is going to be magnifying glass.circle, and to make sure that you copy it correctly, make sure you come to the SF symbol and just say magnifying glass.circle.fill, right? Dot circle and dot circle dot fill. Do that. That's going to be that. The third one is going to be favorites, right? So come here, say that's going to be favorites controller like so. Have here, come here, say this is going to be favorites like so, and this is going to be heart dot. Come here, this is going to be heart dot circle. With configuration, the selected image is going to be heart dot circle dot fill. Heart dot circle dot fill, right? Okay, so that is done. And now, presumably, if we run this, we should see something, right? So let's run it on our app. And taking its sweet time. Okay, so this is what it looks like. So when maps is selected, this is what it looks like. When we come here, we have the red and we have favorites, right? So we can loop through them and see what they look like when we select the various views, right? So everything is sort of working the way we expect it to, right? Everything is working as it should. So let's proceed from there. Now, the next thing we need to do would be, let's see, we need to go to the map view, since that's going to be our entry point. So let's come to the map view, and what we would like with the map view is we would like to create a map. So first we need to import MapKit. Come here, say import MapKit like so, and then we're going to create a map. So we say let map is going to be of type mk map view like so. So we have our map here, and then we are going to say view.add subview, right? Instead of putting orange here, we're going to put the map. So we say view dot, okay, let's just come view dot add subviews. Okay, you could put multiple, right? And this is going to be map like so, right? So if we put our map view here and we run this, we should in theory get, let's just give it a second. And okay, we don't seem to be getting a map, but yeah, maybe we could, let's see, the others are working, but we're not getting a map, right? So what we could do is maybe we could set up the region of the map, right? So come here and we say func, this is going to be called set up region, and set up region is just going to be exactly what you think it is. It's going to be let center coordinate, and this is going to be core location, location like so, location 2D, location coordinate 2D, right? And that's going to be a latitude and a longitude. A latitude and the latitude, what's the latitude going to be? The latitude, pick a location you want. I'm just going to say the latitude here is going to be 40.8518, and the longitude is going to be 14.2681, right? So pick whichever city you want as your longitude and latitude, and after that we are going to say let's come here and say map dot fill superview, right? And see whether that shows the map, because maybe I'm not giving it dimensions. Okay, so there, right? So you say if you tell it to fill the superview, we get the map. So this is the map that we get, right? And the next thing we need would be to tell it to center the coordinates, right? So we say the span. The next thing would be let span, and span is just going to be mk coordinate span, and the latitude delta is going to be 0.1 and the longitude delta is going to be 0.1, right? And we say let region, and region is going to be mk coordinate region, and the center and the span is going to be center coordinate, and the span is going to be span, right? Like so. And we say map.set region. What's the region going to be? The region is going to be region, like so. The animated is going to be true, right? So we said true, everything is as it should be. What's the next thing we need? Probably call setup region, so that you can see the region that we've just created, right? So we call setup region like so, and hopefully we'll see exactly where we are, right? And this is going to give us presumably okay, so we are in the city of Naples or Napoli. I believe if you just put the map and tell it to fill the super view where it occupies the parent view, it's going to show you the entire area. So this is going to be the city of Napoli, and you could interact with it. If you want to zoom in, just hit option and you can use it to turn it, right? Press option and you can use it to turn it, zoom in, and all that, right? And you see as you're spinning this, you get the, what's it called? The compass at the top here, right? So use option, you can navigate, right? So now we have our map showing and we can actually proceed from there. Now the next thing we need to do is let's give the user the ability to change the map. They can switch between the hybrid and the normal map, right? So what we could do is come here and we say var current map, and current map is going to be mk map type, like so, and this one is going to be dot satellite, like so, and we're going to come here and we just say did set, and here we're going to say map type is going to be current map, right? So that's going to be that. And now we want to create a segmented control, and the segmented control is going to allow our user to choose between the different maps, right? So the segmented control, it's just going to be to give segments. So we come in and we say func, let's just put it out, func, like so. This is going to be add segment, and add segment control, like so. And here we're going to have two segments. Let's say something like let's segments, like so. This is going to be standard and satellite, right? Satellite, like so, right? And that's going to be let control is going to be UI segmented control, and the items in question are going to be the segments, right? So we have that, it needs an array of what it's going to show, and we say control, when it starts it needs to be on a place, so we say selected segmented index, that's going to be 0, like so. And then we say control dot selected segment tint color, and that's going to be dot system purple, like so. Then we say control dot add target, self action is going to be hashtag, okay, let's just get that done, hashtag selector, like so. And this is going to be a function that doesn't exist. It's going to be called handle map change, right? Handle map change, like so. And this is going to be for when the value change, dot value change, right? So when the value changes, we're going to just call this function that does not yet exist, right? And we need to add it to the view. So we come here and we say view dot add subview, and that's going to be the control, right? And then we say control dot anchor, like so. That's going to be the top view dot safe area layer guide dot top anchor, right? And padding at the top, padding top is going to be 8, and we need to center it. So we say control dot center X in view, and the view is going to be just the view, right? So we center it, and the next thing we need to do is we would need to create the functionality, right? Come here and we say this is going to be at Objective C, and this is going to be at Objective C func. This is going to be called handle, whatever we called it, handle map change, handle map change, like so. And we're just going to come here and we say segmented, not selected, but segmented control, and this is going to be of type UI segmented control, like so. And we're just going to come here and we say switch, and this is going to be on the selected or segmented control, right? Segmented control dot selected segment index, right? And we're going to come here and say this is going to be okay. In particular, we need to tell it which one we're dealing with, right? So so that it knows. We would go back up and say this is going to be handle map change, and this is going to be like so, right? So it knows what you're talking about. And we hit this and we hit fix, or we could just put the various segments, right? The various segments in question are going to be, I think we have, is it 2 or 3 cases? We would say 2 cases, right? So we say case 0. This is going to be current map is going to be dot standard, right? Then we say case 1 current map is going to be dot satellite, right? And it's going to complain that we don't have a default, so we fix that. The default switch must be exhaustive. Let's just have put a default. Our default is just going to be right. So we say that, and I think this is going to be everything we need for now. Let's run this and make sure that it's working as it should. Okay, let's just make sure everything is working as it should. Okay, we are not seeing our segmented control. Why are we not seeing our segmented control? Because we are not adding it. So we come here and say add segmented control. Okay, fine. Let's try running it now. Hopefully we get to see it. Okay, so we have standard and we have satellite, right? So we hit this, we get satellite. We hit this, we get standard. So we can now switch between our various we have a standard control, and we can switch this, right? And here you can see the particular color. This so here you can see the particular color where we have the segmented indexes. It starts off, when we started off, we have the first one, which is going to be standard, right? So it starts off as standard. That's why we're putting the index at 0, right? And it has a hint of purple. And when we change it, when the value changes, we flip through the various values, which is going to be standard and satellite, right? So that's now we want to show our user's location. So the first thing we need to do is we need to come here and we say something like let location manager, and the location manager is just going to be the call location manager, like so, right? And after we get the call location manager, what we'd like to do is we would like to create the location button, right? So we're just going to say the location button, right? And now the advantage is, I think with iOS 15 they came up with their own location, so you don't even need to design a location button. You can use the default location button that they created in I believe iOS 15. So let's put that to good use instead of creating our own, although you could create your own. But this is, I mean, it comes with the advantage of using this button is that you don't have to go into the privacy settings, right? It's going to do all this for you, right? So just create the location button, and we're going to use the one that is given to us, right? So we say location button, like so. And what this is going to be is we're going to say let location button, and the location button is going to be the co-location button, like so. Button. So we have the co-location button, and we're going to set the size. So we say location button dot set size dot set size, like so. We're going to say 50 by 50, 50 by 50, and it is complaining that it can't find is going to be co-location button, right? And I think we need to import something, right? So this is going to be import co-location UI, right? So you need to import co-location UI, and this stops complaining. Yes, that's it, right? And then afterwards, what we would need is we would need to set up the actual button. So that is going to, it's pretty straightforward. So it's going to be this. Then we say location button dot corner radius. We need it round, so we make it half of 50. That's going to be 25. And then we say location button dot icon, and they're going to be a few options: arrow filled, arrow outline. So this is the defined button, right? So we're going to use arrow filled, although you could use arrow outline. And then we're going to afterwards add it. So we say let's first add it, view.add subview, and the subview in question is going to be location button. And here we're just going to say location button dot anchor like so. This is going to be bottom is going to be view dot safe area layout guide dot bottom anchor, like so. And trailing is going to be view dot safe area layout guide view dot trailing anchor, right? Trailing anchor. Padding at the bottom, padding bottom is going to be, let's say, 8. Padding trailing is going to be 8, right? Like so. And then we say location button dot background color, that's going to be dot white, like so. Then we say location button dot tint color. What's the tint color? The tint color is going to be system purple, right? So we do that, and that is going to be, I think, everything we need to put our location button. But this is just to see it, right? We want to see it on the screen. So let's just come here and we say location button, right? We do this and we run this, and now presumably we will get a location button, right? Okay, give it a second. It's going to appear, and now we have our location button, right? It doesn't, I believe, it still asks you where you can only access location when you choose to share it, right? So you hit OK and whatnot, right? So hit that. So it's going to allow you to share your location, right? But what we want to do next would be to allow it to, we want to call a particular function and then tell it exactly what to do when you get the user's current location, right? Because we're just getting it and then we're not doing anything with it, right? So what we would want to do is, let's come here and say location button dot add target. And what the target is going to be self. The action is going to be hashtag selected. The Objective-C method is going to be called something like get current location, right? Get current location, and this is going to be touch up inside, right? So that's going to be that. And it's going to complain because this functionality does not yet exist. Get current location does not yet exist, right? So let's just create that. And what we would do is we would come here and we say at Objective-C func. And what's the function? The function is going to be called get current location. And what's the current location? It's just going to call, remember we created it up there, self.location manager.start updating location, right? So that's going to be that, and we would need an extension on the map view delegate to show for particular the location manager on what to do, how we're going to get it when we the did update location, right? The did update location method, and that's what you're going to do next. Now, the next thing we need to do is we would need to essentially show our user's location. So we would come here and we say extension, and this is going to be called the map view, and the map view is going to be of type call location manager delegate, like so. And here we could implement the did update location method. Let's see, did call location manager delegate map view controller. Okay, map view controller. Let's just say map view controller, like so. And we come here, and this is going to be did update update locations, right? Did update locations, like so. And what we're going to do here is we get the location. So we say guard let location, it's supposed to be an array. So we get the first one when we say locations dot first, right? Dot first else return, right? So here is when you press the button and it updates the location, right? So we hit that. Then what we're going to do here is just say map dot set region. Set region. So we set the region to the location that the user is going to be in, right? So this is going to be MK coordinate region, and the center is going to be the particular location dot coordinate, right? So it's going to be coordinate, which is going to be the latitude and longitude that is contained, right? You could split it, but you could put it the same, right? So instead of splitting it like we did with where we were putting it like this, right, we're just going to leave it as coordinate, right? So we do that, and then the span is going to be the same, which is going to be MK. We could just put it here, latitude, longitude, this is going to be 0.1. If you want, you could like, because you're referencing it in two different places, you could create maybe a constants file, put it there, and then just call it here, right? So it's going to be 0.1 here and 0.1, right? And we want a bit of animation when you're doing this, right? This is going to be set to true, right? So we do that, and then after we do this, we are going to come here and we say location manager dot stop updating location, right? So we do that, and that's going to be that. And let's run this and make sure everything is as it should be, right? Okay, come here. Give it a bit of time, see it, and let's put it to the test. So we are pressing the location button, right? And it is not showing our particular location. Why could that be, right? So let's come here and set our location to London, England, right, on our simulator. Run this again and try and get the location. Hopefully this works now. Come here, do this, and it is not allowing us to get the location. Let's just see. Do London, England. Then come back here, do this, and our location button is not working. Let's figure it out. Now, what we are forgetting to do is we need to come back here, and after I put the location button, we need to say here, location manager dot delegate is going to be the self, right? So we do that, hit that, come here, run this, hopefully this works. Hit this, and we get our location. We had set our location to London, right? So we set our location to London. So when we run this and we hit we were forgetting to tell it the delegate, right? So hit this, we go all the way from that to London, but we still can't see the particular user's location, right? Let's come here and we say something like location manager dot desired accuracy is going to be something like KCL LL location accuracy best, right? So this one is the one that conserves the most battery. So that's going to be that. And the next thing would be when we are setting up the region, we'd like to show our user's location, right? So that's another thing we could do. We could come where we're setting up the region. Where are we setting up the region? Where we set up the region here, where we're setting up the region, in case the user is in that particular region, which would happen when we actually change our location, what we would want is come here and we say map.show user location, and this is a boolean. So we say true, like so, right? So if we do this, that means that if we actually move to the actual location that we're at, we're going to see a dot there. Let's just run this and make sure that this is as it should be. Now, what that is going to mean is that we are going to hit this and we're going to see the button, and we're going to see that we are actually in London, right? So let's switch this from London to, what's another good city? Rio de Janeiro. Okay, let's go to Rio. Okay, now when we switch and we hit this, of course, if you run this in your device, it's going to show you your current location, right? So that is going to be that, and you see our particular user is in the middle of Rio, right? So if we come here and we say don't simulate location, try running it and hit this, and it gives us the last location that we're at, right? Okay, maybe we might need to run it, right? So hit this, and we do get the last one, which is going to be Rio, right? So that's how you would set a user's particular location, and you can show it on the screen, right? Now that is more or less done. What we might be interested in next would be maybe, I think we have a lot of what we want to do here. What we want to do next is maybe look at the search and how we would search for users. Let's have a look at that. The next thing we need to do is we need to go into our search view controller, and we need to start building there, right? So what we do is, because it's going to be a table view, let's just make this a table view, right? Because it's going to have, the results are going to be in a table view, right? Let's just make it that. This is going to save us a bit of time. It's going to complain, or there are a few things we need to implement, right? So we need a search controller. So let's come in and say, let's search controller, and search controller is going to be UI search controller, like so, right? Then we say var matching locations. These are the locations that we're going to find when we have searched for a location, right? Matching locations, and this is going to be something like an array, and we say here mk map item, right? And it's going to start off as empty, so we could say that, right? Many ways you could do that. Initialize an empty array, right? And what you would need next is going to be the background color. Probably need to import MapKit because we're going to be using it. Import. Okay, now we have that. We have this. What's the next thing we need to do? The next thing we need to do here is going to be dot system background, right? And then we come here and we say navigation controller, like so, dot navigation bar, dot prefers large title. This is going to be true, like so. And what we want next is going to be title. Title is going to be something like search, right? So that's going to be that. And the next thing we would need is going to be a functionality to add the search controller. So let's come here and we say func. It's going to be called add search controller. And the search controller, we just come here and we say search controller, like so, dot search bar dot size to fit, right? So it just make sure that it just includes the subviews, and then we say search controller dot search bar dot background image is going to be UI image, like so. Then what's the next? Search controller dot search bar dot tint color. What's the tint color? Tint color is going to be dot system purple, like so. Then we say search controller dot search bar dot search text field dot left view dot tint color, system, I think you're going to see a sort of you're going to see a pattern with the purple, right? It's going to be our favorite color. And then we say search controller dot search results updater, and this is going to be the self. Then we come here and we say search controller dot obscures background during presentation. Underlying content, we don't want to do that, right? Obscures background during presentation, and the answer for this is going to be false, right? And then we say the placeholder. We need search controller dot search bar dot placeholder, and what's that going to be? It's going to be search, right? Search like so. Come here, say search controller dot search bar dot delegate, and this is going to be the self like so. And okay, that's going to be that. We have that. We have the what do we need? Navigation item. We need to put it on the navigation bar. So we say navigation item dot search controller, and this is just going to be our search controller, right? So we put that, and it's going to complain a bit because we need some extensions, right? Come here and say extension search view controller, and this is going to be UI search results updating, right? That's the protocol. And we have here, and we need here a couple of protocol stubs. Hit this, hit fix, and this is update search results. And what you're going to do here, you're just going to call a function called, the function is going to be called perform search. Doesn't exist yet. We are going to do it in a bit, right? So we come here and we say func, this is going to be called perform search, and what it's going to do is we're just going to come here and we get the text. So we say guard let search bar text, and this is going to be search controller dot search bar dot text else return, right? Then we get the request, so we say let request, and the request is going to be mk local search search like so. Let's just say search, then search, and then we say the static function is going to be request, right? And after that we say request dot natural language query, and this is going to be whatever the search bar, whatever is on the search bar text. So let's do that. What's the next thing we need to do? We need to get that, and that's going to be search bar text. So we get, after that we get search, and search is just going to be let's search. This is going to be mk local search, and it requires a request. The request is going to be the request up here, request like so. And we could get the search, and here we say search dot start, right? And we could either put with the completion handler or async. We're going to be dealing with async in a bit. Let's use this completion handler, and here we're just going to have the response, which could say res, or not restoration, but okay, let's spell it out. Response like so. Hit that, and this is going to be error in. And we come here, and for our code we say if let error is going to be error like so. We're just going to come here and we print. What do we print? We print search failed to our console, and then the particular error in question, right? Error, and then we return, right? So if we have a response, we say guard let response, and this is going to be the response in question, else we're just going to return, right? Come here, hit return, and we check here if search bar text dot is empty. If this is the case, we just say self dot matching locations is going to be response dot map items like so, right? And then when we call that, we're just going to say self dot, we have not talked about our table view, but we're just going to reload data, right? And the next thing would be to take care of our search bar delegate because it's still complaining. So we come here and we say extension, and this is going to be our search view controller, and this is going to be UI search bar delegate, right? So we have our delegate here, and the next thing to do would be to come here and we say search bar, like so. No, it's called the text did change, right? So that, and what we check is if search text dot is empty. If you delete everything, what we're going to do is just come in and we say matching locations, and what we're going to do, the matching location set it empty. So if you type something, you're going to have responses, and then when you clear it out, it's going to be we're going to clear out the matching locations and then reload the data, right? So we come here and we say self dot table view dot reload data, right? So that's that, and now we need all our table view stuff. Let's put that in onto our view. So we say extension, and this one is going to be search this one, like so. And this, remember, we said it's a table view, right? Remember, we said it's a table view. So it needs a couple of things, right? It needs number of rows in section, right? And this one is just going to be return matching locations dot count. That's where we're going to get them, right? And then we need cell for row at, right? Where we get to get the cell. So we're going to use one of the configuration cells that came with iOS 15, right? So one of the cells that you can just use, right? So we say, we get the location first. So we say let location, and that can be gotten from our matching locations, like so. And here we're going to have the index path dot row dot place mark, right? So we get that's going to be our location, and then we create a cell. We say let cell, and cell can be table view dot dq reusable cell with identifier. We could call it something like cell for the particular index path, right? And then afterwards we say var configuration, spell it correctly, and this is just going to be cell dot default content configuration, and we say configuration dot image to text padding, and this is going to be something like 20. Let's put that, and here we're going to have the secondary text, right? So we say configuration. These are just the configuration for the cells that come with it, right? So we say configuration dot secondary text. So this is going to be the country that of the location. So we say location dot country, right? And then we say configuration dot attributed text, and this is going to be next step attributed string, and the string in question is going to be the location dot name, like so. And if we can't find that, put it an empty string, and the attribute is going to be a dictionary, and that's going to be dot font, and this is going to be UI font dot system font of size and the weight, right? The size is going to be, let's say something, it's going to be 20, and the weight is going to be dot bold, not too heavy, right? And we need an image, so we come here and we say configuration dot image, and this is going to be system name, and this is going to be, let's see, this is going to be location, right? So pick one of these, right? Which one do you like? Something to do with the location, right? Okay, I'm just going to go with this, right? So that's going to be our location, right? Pick something that communicates that. We need to give it a tint, so I say configuration dot image properties dot tint color, and this is going to be the system purple, right? System purple, right? And then we say cell dot content configuration, and that's just going to be configuration, and we say cell dot accessory type, and this is going to be the dot disclosure indicator, and we just need to return cell, right? Return cell. So we have that, and of course later on we're going to have the did select that is going to, when you click on a cell, it's going to take you that particular location, right? So we need to register the cell, right? So let's go back up and say, and then we can, after we put the title, we need to come here and we say self dot table view dot register, and this is going to be UI table view cell dot self for cell reuse identification, reuse identifier. This is going to be the particular cell, right? So we do that, and I think this is going to be all we need to do to make sure that we can see something when we run it, right? So let's run it and see whether or not we do get something in return, right? Okay, so come here, and okay, we don't seem to be getting our particular cell, right? Oh, we're not calling this functionality, right? Let's just come in and say add search controller. Okay, fine. Now I'm guessing we are going to get this. It's going to be a bit better, right? So we come here and yes, we get our table view and our this. So when we hit that, and we can now search, hopefully we get something, right? So if we search for, let's search for Napoli, like so, and it seems like our table view is not in particular, we're not seeing anything, but we see now we do have our table view, right? So our table view is working, but we're registering for the reuse identifier with the cell. And let's see, let's just come here and we're registering it there. And okay. But we have forgotten to show the matching locations when this is not empty, right? So this is only going to be filled and we're reloading when this is not empty, right? So we come here and we do that, we negate it, and then we run, and hopefully now we'll get our results, and now we'll be able to look, and when we look, we're going to see in particular the results. So we say here, we come here and we say, we get Namibia, right? Namibia, the place and the country, like so, right? And of course, right now we're doing nothing, right? But we say here we want, okay, cancel. And we can have this. We can then say we want something like, let's see, Naples, right? Naples, Italy, and we can get that. Then we want, let's say Cairo, okay, Cairo, like so. So we get Cairo, and let's say Nairobi, Pakistan, and Nairobi, Kenya, right? So we can actually search and get our particular location, right? So that is more or less what we would like to do for that. But now the next thing would be to figure out how we might want to go to a detailed view and also want to start worrying about or thinking about. Let's talk about what we're going to do with Coredata, right? So what we want to do next, let's just run this, make sure it's as it should be. We're going to be able to save the locations of our favorite places, right? So if we find a place we like, we're going to save it in the favorite place. And what you're going to use to save it is going to be Coredata. Now, Coredata is an object relational mapper. It's just sort of like a database that's based off SQLite that you could use to save data in iPhones, right? And it's a fast party system. So lots of guys like using it because it was built by Apple themselves, so there's no chance that they're going to it's not going to be compatible. So you could use Coredata to save data. Realm might be a bit easier to get your head around, but there is Coredata and it's pretty straightforward. Yeah, and that's what you're going to use. So how we do that is you could start up, when you're starting a project, you could indicate that you want to use Coredata, or you could add it to your project, right? So that's what you're going to do. We're going to add it to our particular project, right? So you're going to come here and we're just going to hit Command N for our new file. And if you scroll down, right, from the top, if you scroll down, you're going to see data model of type Coredata, and we're just going to hit create. And this model, we're going to call it favorites model, right? And it's going to be exactly what you think it is, right? Now, for our favorite model, what you're going to do is we could add an entity here, and for the entity you need to give it a name, and the entity in question is going to be we're going to call ours favorites. Think of this as the class, and then the attributes are going to be the various properties, right, of the particular class. So our favorites are going to have a number of properties, and the first property is going to be the name of the particular place, right? So we say name, and the type, you're going to have various data types, and I'm going to say the name is going to be of type string. So we come here and we pick string. Then afterwards we add another one. It's going to be latitude of the actual location, and the latitude of the actual location is going to be a double, right? It's not an integer, right? And the longitude, which in case you can guess, because you already saw us putting the longitude of our favorite place, that's also going to be a double, because it's going to have decimal places, right? And then finally the last thing is going to be the actual country, right? So the country is going to be a string, right? Or the country or the region, right? So we're going to have that, and that's basically going to be it. So we're going to create favorites, and when we save them, this is how they're going to be saved, persisted on the phone, as I say. We're going to persist them, and each favorite is going to have a country, a latitude, and a longitude. So what you're going to be doing, or if I can explain, is when you search on a place, you could add it to your favorites, right? For example, we come here and we say, we really, really like Osaka in Japan, right? Osaka in Japan. So that's why we have a disclosure indicator here. When you do this, you will have the opportunity, you will go and get the data, the weather of Osaka at that particular time in Japan, and you will have the option of persisting it, right? So when you save it, it's going to save the name, which is Osaka. It's going to save the country, which is going to be Japan. It's going to save the latitude and the longitude of Osaka after we get it, right? Because we are going to have access to it here. So you're going to save all this, and then when you come back and you check your favorites, you're going to have here a cell with Osaka, so that you can check at any time you want. You're going to be able to check Osaka's weather in particular and see it at that particular time, right? So that's what we're going to do. Now, the next thing we need to do would be we need to generate the code that we're going to use to interact with Coredata. Now, you could do this manually, or you could let it do for you. So we could come here, hit this pane at the top here, come here to class definition, hit manual like so, and come to editor, create NS managed object subclass like so, and make sure that this is selected, the favorites model is selected. Hit next, it's favorites like so, hit next, and it's going to be created. Hit create, and you're going to get two files, right? So this are going to allow you to fetch your data. And what we could do is we could add them to models, right? So we could take these two files. These are going to be that. Don't worry about this, right? So what you're going to do is you're going to come here, pick these two, and add them to models. So let's come here, add them to models. We're going to be using them in a bit, so you're going to see how exactly they work. And we have added them in particular to our models, right? So this is how we're going to fetch the data, and it's just going to be the names of the properties of our class. In this case, name, latitude, longitude, and country, right? So with that done, let's proceed from Let's continue. Now, what you're going to do is we're going to work on the favorite locations, right? Now, for the favorite location, what you're going to do is we're going to create the first off, you're going to create the cell that you're going to see in the favorites location, and then you're going to create the favorites location, right? So let me just explain what you're going to do. Give it a second as it builds. Okay, it's taking a sweet time. But what we're going to do is we're going to come here to favorites, and we want to show on here our cell, and then the favorite cell, and then it's going to be a collection view. So we need to create a collection view cell here that we're going to show our favorite, and it's going to be a tiny map with the name of the place, and when you click on it, you're going to go and get the actual weather, which we have not done yet. So that's something we need to do. But right now, let's just create our favorite cell. Let's do that, right? So how we do that is we come to views, right? I think it's going to be our first view, and we're going to create it here. So what we do next is in our favorite location, we come to views and we select views, we hit Command N, and what we're going to do is we're going to create a new Swift cell. So we do this, and this is going to be called favorites location cell, right? Hit this, and you're going to come here, and I think we're going to need MapKit at some point, or I'm going to assume we're going to need that. So we're also going to need UIKit, and UIKit comes with foundation, so we can just say that. So we have MapKit and UIKit, and we could come here and we say class, and this is going to be favorites location cell, and this one is going to be UI collection view cell, right? So we want this, come here, and the first thing we're going to have is going to be the map view. Let map view, and this is going to be mk map view, like so. Come here, do this, and what you're going to have is going to be let mv is going to be mk map view, like so. Then we say mv dot is mv, spell it correctly, mv dot is zoom enabled is going to be set to false. We don't want the user to interact with this map when it's here, right? So we say mv dot is scroll enabled, this one is going to be set to false. mv dot is user interaction enabled is user interaction enabled, this one is going to be set to false, right? So if you want to interact with it, you can see where you have favorited, but if you want to see it, you have to go back to the map, right? We're not going to have a way to do it. And we could return here mv, so return. So we have that, right? The next thing would be the view to blur. We say here let view to blur, and view to blur is going to be a UI view, like so. And this is going to be this, come here, do this, do that. Let's say let view, and view is just going to be of type UI view, like so. And then we just need to return it, so we say return view, right? And that's going to be that. Then the next one is going to be we're going to have the blur view. Let blur view, right? Blur view, and this is going to be UI visual effect view. Then we say blur is going to be UI blur effect. The style is going to be, now there are many, you could say system chrome material looks really good, but we want it to be, okay, we're going to play around with it, right? So let's just start off with light, and then later on, if I remember, we're going to use that, right? And we say let blur view is going to be we could put this blur on the blur view, right? We say blur view is going to be UI visual effect view, and the effect in question is just going to be the blur at the top here, right? And then we just return the blur view, so return blur view, right? Return blur view, right? And then after that, we're going to have the city label. Come here, say that's city label. And what's the city label going to be? It's going to be UI label, like so. UI label, and this is going to be the font here is going to be dot system font of size and weight. Of size here is going to be 16, and this is going to be dot semi bold, like so. And then we say let country label, and this is just going to be UI label. Yes, this is going to be font. It's going to be dot system font of size, and this is going to be 16, right? Like so. And this is going to be var city. And what's our city going to be? The city is going to be of type string optional, like so. And we're going to come here and we say this is going to be this, and we say did set, like so. It's going to be self dot city label dot text, and this is going to be city, right? Like so. And then we come here and we say var country country is going to be string, like so, and we're just going to come here and we say did set, like so, and this is going to be self.country label, and the country label is just .text is going to be set to the country, right? And then we now need the coordinates. So we come here and we say we want the coordinates. We say var coordinates, like so, coordinates, and these are going to be co-location coordinate 2D. We have already seen that, and we're going to come here and we say did set, like so, and here we're going to come and say guard let coordinates, and this is just going to be coordinates, else come here and return, right? And what we want is going to be let zoom is going to be equal to 20.0, and then we say where we're going to use it, we're going to say let location is going to be co-location coordinate coordinate 2D, like so, 2D, and this is going to be the latitude, and the latitude is going to be coordinates dot latitude, and this is going to be coordinates dot longitude, like so, and here it's just going to be self dot zoom it's going to be coordinates longitude, like so, and this is going to be self dot zoom location, that's going to be the longitude. We say this is going to be the zoom, and we say, wait, have we created the zoom location? I'm not sure we have. Okay. We do need to, that's a function we have not created, right? I'm just checking my notes. Okay, fine, let's create that. So we come here and we're going to have the functionality. Let's create it first. It's going to be called zoom location, and what it's going to do is it's going to take a location, and what's the location is going to be call location, like so, to the radius is going to be collocation, like so, and this is going to be distance, right? Collocation distance, and then we say let span is going to be radius multiplied by 2000, like so, and then after that we say let region, and this is going to be MK coordinate region, like so, and the center is going to be the location. This I think instead of span we have latitudinal, let's say latitudinal meters, and this is going to be the actual span, and then we say longitudinal meters, this is also going to be the span. What you're trying to do here is to make sure that it looks in a particular way, right? So that's going to be the region, and then we call the map view. We come here and we say map view dot set region, and the region is going to be region, and animated is always good, so we say true, right? So that's what our zoom location is going to look like, and now we can call this functionality up here, right? So let's go back up here, and this is going to be self dot zoom location, and the location in question is going to be location, the radius is going to be the zoom, right? So we do that, and then we say UI view dot animate with duration, and this is going to be 0.4, and we hit enter here, and here we're just going to say self dot view to blur dot alpha is going to be set to 1, right? So that is done, and after this we're just going to call the init and call a function that doesn't exist yet. We say init, like so, with the frame, and this is going to be that, and we call the super, say super dot init the frame is going to be the frame like so, and we're going to call set up cell like so, right? It's going to complain because you don't have the required initializer. Let's make sure that it is satisfied. And then now we would need to call the setup cell, right? So we come here and we say func set up cell. What's the setup cell going to do? It's going to add a bunch of things. The first one is going to be content view dot add subview, and here we're going to say view to blur. We could hit command D, and this one is going to be, the next one is going to be the city label. City label. This one is going to be country label, right? And then after that we say we're going to put the others on the view to blur dot add subview, and the subview in question is going to be the map view like so, and we hit command D, and this one is going to be, we're going to add the blur view, right? So that's going to be that, and then we come here and we say content view dot clips to bounds is going to be set to true, right? And what else? View to blur dot fill super view, right? That's done. And map view the same, dot fill super view. That is also done. So let's proceed. Now we need to anchor our blur view, our city label, our country label, right? And then maybe give our setup cell a sort of rounded corners. Those are the things that are left, right? So let's do that. So we come here and we say blur view like so, and we anchor it, and we say anchor like so. This is going to be the top, the very top, the tippy top is going to be city label dot top anchor like so. The leading is going to be the view to blur dot leading anchor. The bottom is going to be the view to blur dot bottom anchor like so. The trailing is going to be the view to blur dot trailing anchor like so, and the padding at the top is going to be 4 like so, right? And that's going to be that. And the next thing is going to be the city label like so, and dot anchor, that's going to be the leading is going to be this content view dot leading anchor dot, not left but leading anchor like so. The bottom is going to be country label dot bottom anchor, country label dot top anchor rather. The trailing is going to be the content view dot trailing anchor like so. The padding leading is going to be 12. Padding bottom is going to be 4, and padding trailing is going to be 12, right? And that's going to be that. Then we have the country label, and this is going to be dot anchor. This is going to be leading is going to be the content view dot leading anchor. The bottom is going to be the content view dot bottom anchor. The trailing is going to be content view dot trailing anchor, and the padding leading is going to be 12. Padding bottom is going to be 4, and padding trailing is going to be 12, right? That's going to be that. And afterwards we give our content view. Come here, say we want the layer, and we want to give it a corner radius, and the corner radius should be something like 16, right? So that is more or less done. And come here and we say view to blur dot alpha is going to be set to 1, 0 rather, right? So that's, I think, by and large what we are supposed to do with the setup cell. And now we might, or we should, go to the favorites, right? And this is going to be a collection view where we have our favorites, right? And so let's have a look at what that would look like, right? So let's go to our favorites controller, which is this. And what it's going to do is we're going to have various locations. So we say var locations, and locations are going to be gotten from, and we could come here and we say favorites model, like so, and it's going to be empty. And then we're going to say var collection view, UI collection view, frame is going to be dot 0, like so. The collection view layout is going to be UI collection view, but we want the flow layout, collection view flow layout, right? Come here, make sure you add flow, right? So that's that. Then we have we register ourselves, and we're going to use the, I'm not going to say the newer, but it's newer than the previous one, right? So we registered our, have we done the table view? I don't think we've done the table view. Yeah, we have done the table view. There's also another table view that is coming up, right? So this is it. Let's just have a look at it, right? So here we registered the cell one way, right? So here we use the reuse identifier is going to be cell here, right? So we're going to use the other method of registering a cell, right? Which is going to be favorites cell registration. And what's that going to be? It's going to be of type UI collection view dot cell registration, and this is going to be favorites location cell, and the model is going to be favorites model, like so, right? And come here, put a bang, and we would next need to come here and say maybe give it a different background color. Come here, say this is going to be view dot background color, and this is going to be dot system background, right? Then we say I think it needs a title here. We say title is going to be the same as favorites, right? Favorites, like so, right? And what we could do is we could set up our collection view. So let's come here, and what we're going to do is we are going to say func set up collection view, right? Or give it some name, right? And here we're just going to have this, and this is going to be let layout, and layout is going to be UI collection view flow layout, like so. And then come here and say layout dot section inset, and this is going to be UI edge insets, like so. Top is going to be 16, left is going to be 16, not 26 but 16, bottom is going to be 16, and right is going to be 16, right? And then we come here and we say view dot add subview is going to be collection view, right? Like so. And we say collection view dot anchor, and this is going to be the top is going to be view dot top anchor, the leading is going to be view dot leading anchor, and the bottom is going to be view dot safe area layout insets dot bottom anchor, like so. View dot, oh, it's a collection view, wait, view dot, this should be view dot bottom anchor, right? This should be view.bottom anchor. The trailing is going to be view.trailing anchor, view.trailing anchor, like so. And then we come here, say padding, leading, make it 8. And we say padding, bottom, make it 8. Padding, trailing, make it 8, right? Or rather 8, not 9, right? So that's done. And then we register our cell. We say favorite cell registration, and this is going to be UI collection view dot cell registration. Handler is going to be hit enter, and we are going to have the cell, the index path, the cell. The handler is going to be this, the cell, and for the cell here, we're just going to say the cell is going to be, we would like the cell to, let's just wrap all this, right? Come here, wrap it in a tuple, like so. So we can do this. The cell is going to be the favorites location cell, like so. And then we're going to have the index path and the favorites index path, and then the favorite is going to be favorites model, right? So that's going to be that. And then favorite is going to be that. And then the next one is going to be, we get access to the coordinates. Let's come here to the code. Come here, say this is going to be, let coordinates. It's trying to be helpful, but it's not really. Coordinates are just going to be core location coordinate 2D, and here we're just going to say core location coordinate 2D, and the latitude is going to be gotten from the favorite dot latitude, and the longitude is going to be gotten from favorite dot, not latitude, but the opposite of that, which is the longitude, right? So we get that, and we come here and we say cell dot coordinates. What's the coordinates going to be? They're just going to be the coordinate. Okay. Cell dot coordinates is going to be coordinates. I don't know why this is not helping, right? So we have that, and maybe if we import, come here and we import MapKit, that will help quell some questions. Okay, so we have gotten our MapKit, and then we get the place mark, and we say let place mark, and the place mark is just going to be core location, like so, core location, and this is going to be the latitude. And what's the latitude? The latitude is going to be coordinates dot latitude. The longitude is going to be coordinates dot longitude, right? And here we're just going to say place mark dot, we haven't created that functionality, right? So there are a few things we need to get that so that we can actually put this in place. And let us actually do that, right? So what we would want first, or let's just set up the various data sources, right? So we come here and we say extension, and this is going to be on favorites controller, and this is going to be UI collection view, and then we add data source. So we want the data source, come here, and we are supposed to say number of items in row, this one, and this one is just going to be return locations dot count, right? That's where we're going to get it. We have not set that up. We will be doing that in a bit. Then the next one is going to be cell for item at, right? And here we're just going to say return, what do we want to return? Collection view dot dq reusable, and the identifier with dq, okay, not this one, it's actually dq configured this one, right? Using, right? So we use this, and this is going to be favorite cell registration. For index path is going to be index path, and the for index, no, not reusable supplementary, but reusable cell. Yeah, so this is going to be using the favorite location. Cell registration for index path is going to be index path, and then item in question, the item is going to be the favorite location, right? Favorite, spell it correctly, favorite location, which doesn't show up. Have we? Oh, we haven't gotten the favorite location. Let's just get that down, right? So we say let favorites location. This is just going to be an element in location. So we say locations dot index path dot row, right? So that's going to be that. Then we feed it here, right? And why is this complaining? .dq configured reusable, and this needs to be capitalized, right? Cell. That's the functionality, right? So that will quell some of the problems that we're having. That's for the data source. Now for the delegate, we would come here and we say extension, come here, say favorites controller, and this is going to be UI collection view, and this is going to be delegate, like so. And what's this going to be? It's going to be right now we're not going to, since we've not yet created it, so this is we could leave it like this. It's not actually useful because you're going to be using this to navigate to our detail view, which we do not yet have, if I can remember correctly, right? The next thing now is because you will notice here we have functionality in Coredata service that we have not in particular created, right? So let's go back to our Coredata service, and in our Coredata service, after the add location, which you're going to be using to add location, we want the functionality of fetching added locations, right? So this is going to be fetch location, and fetch location is going to return an array of this, right? So what we're going to do first is we're just going to say we need the context, so we could just get that from this, copy this, right? Copy this, come here, paste this, exactly the same, get the context there, and then we say we create a fetch request. So we say let fetch request, and the fetch request is just going to be ns fetch request, and the model in question is going to be favorites model, and we have an entity name. Entity name is going to be favorites model, right? Then we have a sort descriptor. Now the sort descriptor tells us how to sort them in order of what, right? You could in order of time, in order of name, and what we want to do is sort them according to the name in ascending order, right? So we say, and a sort descriptor just could be an array, so you could have several sort descriptors, right? Like for example, sort them according to, if you have people, sort them according to height and then age, or age and then height, right? So that's what a sort descriptor is. So we come in and we say sort descriptor, and the sort descriptor is going to be ns sort descriptor, and here we're going to have the key. The key is going to be the name, and the ascending is going to be true, right? That is going to be that. Then we say fetch request that we just created has sort descriptors, and we're going to use we could pass in an array of sort descriptor, right? So in our case, we only have one, right? We could have multiple if you want, right? So we're going to, because it can fail, we have do. We come here and we say catch, spell it correctly, catch. And what do we want to do? We would like first to say let location list, right? And this is just going to be try, come here, say context dot fetch, and what's going to be fetched? The fetch request, right? Fetch request like so, and then we just return it. So we say return location list, right? And let's say catch let error, and we're just going to print, what are we going to print? Failed to fetch locations from core data. And what's it going to be? Come here, string interpolate error dot localized description, right? And what do you want to return after this? We just want to come here and return an empty array, right? That's sorted. And what's the next thing we would like to do? That's going to be that. And the next thing would be we'd be interested in a means, or if I could think about it, a method where we would use it to fetch the information about the location, right? So what we could do is we could go to our extensions, and we could have an extension here, and this is going to be an extension on core location. And what it's going to do here is we're going to say func fetch location information, and it's going to do exactly what you think it's going to do. And here we're just going to say on completion, we're going to say at escaping, and here we're just going to take in a it's going to return a city with a city of type string, which should be optional, of course. And we'd also get a country. The country is going to be of type like so, and the error like so. And what we would do here is say this come like so, and here come and say call location geocoder, and we say reverse geocoder. We get the geocoder, then we say dot reverse geocoder location, and here it's just going to be we call it on the self and on the completion handler. Come here, call location completion handler. We would pass in the completion, right? Come here, and for this we just pass in the completion and say here completion like so, and the completion is going to be, we come here and we say $0 dot first, and we say dot locality, right? Dot locality like so, and then comma say $0 dot first dot country, right? So that's going to be that. One thing we're forgetting to do is we're forgetting to put that comma there, and then for the reverse geo coding, right, we're just going to come here and we say this is going to be this, so it's just going to be the completion handler. And let's see, let's just get rid of this, right? So let's just come here, ditch this, and then pass in the self like so, and then come here, and what we're going to have is going to be we are going to have the completion like so, and the first thing it's going to take is going to be dot first, and this is usually set for the city, usually if it's there, right? And then we're going to get the second thing is usually the country, right? First dot 0, which is going to be dot first dot country, when you get the place mark, that is, right? And then this is usually the error, right? So that's going to be that, right? So that's going to be our fetch location. And now that we have it, we can jump back to our particular cell, right? So for our cell, not the cell, but the actual favorites view, right? So let's go back to that, and that's going to be here. So for the controller, and with the controller, what we want to do is where we are here, right? So we get the place mark. After getting it, we're just going to say place mark dot fetch location. So after you get the place mark, we're trying to get the information about it, right? So this is going to be that. We're going to get the city, the county, and the error. And if we have a city, because there are some areas we're not going to get a city for, right? So we say God let city equals city, and we say let country equals country. We're declaring them on the same line. Error is going to be nil, else we're just going to return, right? So if everything has gone well, fine, let's proceed, right? Then we come here and we say cell dot city is going to be city, and cell dot country is going to be country, right? So we have that, and then we need to say that the data source cell dot collection view, rather collection view dot data source is going to be the self, right? And then we say here collection view dot delegate is also going to be the self, right? So that is more or less that. Let's go back to our Coredata service, and what we would like to do here is we might want to fetch the location so that we can populate this area, right? So how we do that is let's go to our favorites controller here, right? And we're going to have an Objective-C method. We say wait, when do we change it? It should receive this notification when it actually changes, but for now let's just leave it as it is, and let's go to our where do we get the search view, right? So for the search view, what we're doing in the search view is let us see, for the search view, after we search for that, and we should, on the table, when we're actually selecting a place, right? So when you select a row, you should go to the detail view, right? That's going to give you more information about it, right? We haven't created the detail view, but also from the detail view is where you can save it to your favorites, right? So we are actually not going to see the favorites right now because we need to work on the detail view. So let's work on the detail view. We're going to put this aside a bit, work on the detail view, then we're going to come here, because from the favorites, we first need to save it to our detail view, and then afterwards we can come back to our favorites, right? So let's do that. So let's go to our detail view, and now for our detail view, we could have we'd have the information of the particular weather and whatnot, right? But what we could do even better than that is we could launch straight into networking. We fetch the data, and after we fetch the data, we are going to use it to after we fetch the data, we're going to use it to show the information in the detail view, right? So let's do that, and then afterwards we can actually put the what's it called, the detail view, right? So I know the order is a bit changed, but let's do that. I'll show you what exactly we're going to do, right? So this is, I believe this is the finished product, right? Yes, this is the finished product. So these are our favorites, right? So our favorite is going to have one thing. It's going to have the name of the city here, and then the country that is in. This is Detroit and that. And when you click on it, you're going to go to the detail view, and then the detail view is going to be this, right? So this is what we actually want to do right now. So the detail view is going to have a number of things. It's going to have the date, the name of the city, the country. If these are available, there's some places that don't have, right? So it's going to be 27.6. It's pretty warm in Detroit day. We're going to have broken clouds, we're going to have the fields like, then we're going to create this table view with this row, right? So this is going to be the date here, and then you're going to have the In particular, you're going to have this particular weather, right? So this is the weather. It looks like there's going to be thunderstorms all around, and you're going to get the 7-day weather, and then you're going to have this option, and the goal of this option is the ability to remove it from the favorite. So when you hit this, it's going to be removed from the favorite and is no longer going to be there, right? And then everything else is going to be as it should be, right? So these are going to be the dates, the current weather today, yada yada yada, and so on and so forth, right? So what we could do is, after you've seen what the favorites are going to look like, and you have doubled a bit in what's it called? We have doubled a bit into the core data of it, right? Let's actually create the view, and how you get to something where it's a favorite, right? So let's say somewhere like I don't know, let's say Nairobi, okay. A bit of it is being throttled because of the number of calls you're making, right? So if you make a lot of calls, they're going to try and throttle it, right? So that you don't misuse the service, right? So you have this Nairobi, which is the capital of Kenya, and you have this information, and this is the weather, a bit of light rain. This is going to be the percentage of likelihood of this happening and whatnot. And you have the option of adding it to favorites, right? So when you add it to favorites and you come back here to favorites, you're going to find Nairobi, Kenya, right? And they are going to be, I believe, arranged alphabetically. If you can remember that when we were ordering our favorites, we were ordering them alphabetically, right? So this is what Nairobi looks like, and you can look at it. And when you look at it now, you can remove it from favorites, right? So we'll be doing that in a bit. But right now, let us concentrate on this, right? Let's make this, right? So let's start off by creating our table view cell. So if we create the cell, then we'll worry about this page. Then we'll go to networking and figure out how we get the data here. You'll probably need to go to the weather application and get a key there. And when you get a key, you'll be able to see this, right? So let us actually do that, right? Okay, so what we need to do is let's create the cell, right? Let's create with the details table view cell, right? So it's going to be a bit of work. So let's come here, hit Command N, and this is going to be the Swift file, and this one is going to be called the detail table cell, right? And we hit that, and this is going to be it. We need UIKit, which comes with Foundation, right? So we come here and we say class. This is going to be detail table cell, and this is going to be UI table view cell, right? So we have that. Come here, and we're going to have var condition ID. This is going to be 0, right? Then we are going to have var condition name, right? Which is going to be a string, right? So this is actually going to be based on, and what we show, let's just have a look. The problem, it's not currently snowing anywhere. Maybe maybe Anchorage would be snowing, right? So this, okay, currently looks, everywhere looking at looks the same, right? But based on the condition, we're going to show a different SF symbol, right? So let me look for a really northern city, but even in the north right now, it's not snowing. So let's see, Anchorage, right? Anchorage so 8.5 basically looks the same. Let's look for where would be sunny. Let's try Florida, right? Let's say Florida, United States. And we get this. Okay, yes, so you get this. You see this, we're going to have one which is sunny, so it's not always going to be cloudy with a thunderstorm. It looks like there are thunderstorms all over the North America, right? So let's go somewhere like Bogota. Let's see what Bogota in Colombia. Oh, there's a Bogota in Slovakia. Okay, Bogota with a accent, right? So Bogota also is receiving this. Let's go somewhere. Let's go with Adelaide. Okay, Adelaide in Australia, right? So Adelaide has a bit more sun, and I can't think of a place that has snow, but we look for cloud, fog, and I think do we do snow? We do snow, right? And how we do that is, if you come here and you get the SF symbols, right? And in the SF symbols, what you would want to do is just come here and search for cloud, right? So you see, these are the various options you could get, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to be picking, depending on the condition that is passed in, right? We're going to be showing in a few of these things, right? And maybe you might be curious, where do we get the actual condition? let's have a look at that, because that would it would be easier to understand why we're coming up with this option. So let's have a look at that. Let me explain. The open weather, right? Open weather and you need an API key, right? So go sign up, get an API key, and then I'm going to show you exactly where you're going to put it. Just get the API key, and I'm going to show you what the JSON looks like so that you can understand why we're mocking up the data that in the way that it looks like, right? So if you come here and you copy this JSON response and you put it here, you will see that the information first is the coordinates. So the advantage of this API is that we can search for a location using coordinates, right? So that's where we get the point of you pressing on a location in the map and then getting the weather based on the coordinates, right? Because the coordinates, you're going to get this and you're going to get the particular coordinates, right? You can feed in the coordinates and then get the weather. And then for the ID, there are various codes. There are something all the way from like 200 to 800, right? So the ID here is 501, which has something to do with cloudy, bolt, and rain, right? So that's going to be rain and moderate rain, right? So there are various codes. I believe 200 to 232 is going to be just cloudy. There's one which is going to be drizzle. There's a different 300 is drizzle, 500 is rain, 600 is snow, 700 is fog, 800 is like a bright sun with no clouds, and so on and so forth, right? And then we have a default where if there is nothing, you could decide what to show. So in our default, we could either leave it as blank or we're going to leave it as I'm going to put it like, if it's blank, well, there are no clouds, so we're just going to put the suns out, right? So that's what we're going to do. So what we want to do now is if we come back to our app here, right? So this is going to be the condition name. We want to have the various condition IDs, and it's going to be dependent on the responses that you can get if you read the documentation, which is going to be based on the condition, right? So we want to show one SF symbol if we get cloud.bolt.fill, and remember it has to be extremely accurate because you're going to be calling the SF symbol, right? So let's do that next. Let's create our conditions. So let's come in to say switch, and this is going to be condition ID, like so. And we are going to have a number. It's going to be case. It goes from 200 all the way to 232. What you're going to have is going to be return, and this is going to be cloud.bolt.fill, right? And what we could do here is we could copy a number of them, and the next one is going to be 300 to 321. 3, 2, 1. This is going to be cloud.drizzle.fill. Then after that we have 500 to 531. This is going to be cloud.bolt.rain.fill, like so. Then we're going to have 600 to 622. This is going to be cloud 600 and cloud.snow.fill, cloud.snow.fill, and then you're going to have the next one is going to be 701 701 to 781, right? To 781. This is going to be cloud.fog.fill, so fog.fill, like so. The next one is going to be 800 800 to be exact. This is going to be sun.max, or rather, since you're doing the default, let's do this, right? Let's paste this and make it 801 to 804, right? 801 to 804, and this should be cloud.bolt.fill, right? And then for all the rest, it's going to be default. 800 is actually sunny, right? So default is going to be return sun.max.fill. That means completely sunny, right? So we have that, and then we're going to have a day label, a humidity label, and a temperature label, which if we have a look, right? Okay, let's go here. So we have a day label, a day label, a humidity label, a temperature label, which you can see, and then the various icons and whatnot, right? So let's do that. It would help if we could first define our model before we proceed with this, right? So let's make our models. So to get our models, we would want to have the model of the weather data. So let's come here into our models, hit Command N, and this is going to be a Swift file, right? So this is going to be weather, right? So weather data is specified, weather data, like so, right? So there are going to be a number of things. The first one is going to be struct, and this is going to be weather data, like so. And to make it encodable, or rather decodable, because you're not going to be encoding it, right? You could say this with decodable because you're decoding it from JSON. You're going to put it as codable, right? So it's going to have a number of this, and the next one, because it's going to be in use here, is going to be struct. What's the struct going to be called? Current, right? Current. Like I said, you say codable here, but you could actually use decodable, right? So this is going to have a number. It's going to be let temp, and temp is going to be of type double, and then we're going to say let fields underscore like, and this is going to be a double, and we need another one. Struct, this is going to be the weather, and the weather is also going to be codable, like so. And this one is going to have a number. It's going to be let description, then it's going to be let ID, and this is going to be integer, right? So that's going to be that. Then we're going to say struct daily, this is going to be codable, like so. And we're going to have let dt, this is going to be double, like so. Then we say let then we have let humidity is going to be of type integer. Then you're going to say let, this one is not yet there, so we need a number of them because you're going to be using them in different places. This is the last one, right? Struct, this is going to be called temp, and temp is exactly what you think it is. It's going to be codable. You could say decodable because you're not going to be encoding it. There's going to be let day, and day is going to be of type double, right? So that's going to be that. And then we come up here, we're going to say let temp is going to be of type that, right? Then we say let weather, and weather is going to be an array of weather, like so, right? And then we can come back to the weather is fine. And current, the current weather, it misses a weather. So let's come here, copy this, copy like so, come here, paste this, right? And then while we're at it, the weather data here is going to be let current is going to be of type current, and let daily is going to be an array of daily, like so, right? So that is more or less done. What's going to be the next thing we need to do? While we're at it, let's create the error messages. Let's just go and finish work on the networking, and then we can now, since we're going to be piping in the data, we can just call it here, right? Command N, create a new Swift file. This is going to be called something like network error, right? Hit create and come here. For the network error, we're just going to have enum. This is going to be the network error, like so, and it's going to be of type string, and then we're going to have the error, like so, right? And it's going to have 3 cases, and this is going to be case unable to complete network call. this is going to be that's done. Then we say case invalid response, and this is just going to be and then you have case invalid data. This is going to be invalid data, right? That's going to be everything that we need, everything that we have. Let's proceed from there. And the next thing we need to do would be to, let's see, right? We would need to create a network service. Now, for the network service, what we'd want to do is we would just we would need to make the call, and then after making the call, figure out how we're going to decode the data. So let's create our, in particular, our network service. But before our network service, let's create in our, okay, we could put it in services, right? Command N, we're going to have a Swift file, and this one is going to be called something like keys, right? Keys. And what we're going to do here is just come and say struct keys, and keys are going to have a static property. We say static let a app ID, not API, but app ID is going to be, then put the string of your app ID here, right? So that you can use it. So whatever string after you register for that, put the string there, right? And then after that, on our services, we are going to come here and we say command N, create a new Swift file, and this is going to be our network service, right? Hit create, and then now what you're going to do in the network service is we are going to create a shared instance. Then we're going to, I think it's only one method that we need. We need the get, what's it called? The method that is going to get the forecast, right? And all we need to do to it is pass in the latitude and the longitude, and then we're going to get the whatever errors we get and whatnot, right? So let's have a look at how we could do that. Now, let's create our network service, right? So we come here and we say class network service, right? Now for the network service, we're going to use a shared instance, and the job of the shared instance is going to be so that you can only call one, right? It's a lot of it's sort of like a design pattern, I'd say it like that, right? But that's what you're going to use, right? So we come here and we say static let shared is going to be an instance of this. So we say network service, right? So this is going to be an instance, and then we get the base URL. We say let base URL, and base URL is going to be HTTPS, like so, // and then you're going to say api.open weathermap.org/org, right? org/data, and there's a new one which is going to be 3.5. Don't use that one. We're going to use the 2.5 one. I've not read anything on the 3.5 one, right? So 2.5 like so, and say one call, right? So we say https //api.openweathermap.org data 2.5 one call, right? So that's going to be our base URL. Let's jump back here and make sure that this is it, right? So this is basically what you're trying to do, right? So let's copy it from Open Weather Map. Come here, Command V. Make sure it's exactly the same, right? So this is going to be that. It's going to be API openweathermap.org/data/2.5 /one call, right? That's the one you're going to call. And after that, what we're going to do is we're going to make changes here. We're going to add the base URL. Then after we add the base URL, we're going to add the latitude and the longitude, and we're going to do a bunch of things, right? And then add the API key and whatnot, right? So that is done. And what we want to do is we're going to create the function that is going to do this. It's going to be called get forecast forecast. What's the get forecast? And it's going to take two things. It's going to take the latitude. That allows us to press on a location and get the weather. That's going to be a double. And then it's going to get a longitude. And that's going to also be a double, right? And it's going to be async. And we say throws. And it's going to return the weather data that we just created, right? So remember, in our models, we have weather data here, right? So this is going to be current daily. That's what we're doing, right? That should be where we go. So we say let endpoint, like so. Endpoint is going to be, and here what we're going to use is going to be, we're going to interpolate the base URL, like so, and then we put a question with the latitude, the longitude, and the app API key, right? So we come here, do this, right? So what we would do next is paste this, right? And of course, this is let's put it, make it look like Swift. And here, what you're going to do is you're going to use string interpolation. Come here, string interpolate, and here it's going to be latitude, like so, and we're going to include the longitude. So we come here, get rid of this, and just use string interpolation, and this is going to be longitude, like so. And instead of the, or we are going to add the API key, right? So let's do that. So we have this, and to it we want to add ampersand exclude, and then we add an equals minutely or minutely. I think it's minutely, hourly, and alerts. And then for API key, alerts, and then for API key, let's just come here and interpolate, right? For API key, let's come here and say this is going to be keys dot app ID, right? So that's going to be our keys, and then after that we need to tell it the units that we need, and here we're going to say ampersand units, and they're going to be metric, right? So if you want, I think the other ones are called imperial, right? So that's going to be our endpoint. Hopefully there are no errors, and we say guard let URL, and URL is just going to be URL, like so, and we're going to have a string here, and the string in question is going to be the endpoint, and we say else, we're just going to come here and we say through network error dot invalid response, right? So that's going to be that, and we can proceed from there. Let's proceed, right? So after that, we come here and we say let, and we're going to get a tuple, so we say let data response, and we're going to come here and we say try await, and we're going to say URL session dot shared dot data from URL, right? Like so, and we're going to get that, and then we're going to say guard let HTTP response, and the HTTP response is going to be response as HTTP URL response, and we're going to say HTTP response dot status code. We're going to check whether or not the code is going to be 200. 200 means everything is as it should be. Else, we're going to come here and we're going to throw network error dot invalid response, right? And then now we're going to try and decode our data. So we say do, and we're going to say let decoder is going to be JSON decoder, like so, and we say let weather is going to be try decoder dot decode, and we're going to try and get the weather data. Weather data dot self, and we're going to get it from the data, right? Try and decode that and return, assuming it works, that is, return weather, right? Else we're going to come here and say catch. What are you going to catch? You're going to say throw, and this is going to be network error dot. If you can't decode it, that means that there's going to be invalid data, right? And this should be as like so, right? So that's going to be that, and we're still getting an error. Where do we have an error? Okay, we need equal space, right? View to blur, right? So we do that, and what we could do is we could come here and maybe we could give it a try and see the data and see whether or not it is working. Let's test it. So one way we could test it, let's just test it in the view did load, right? So what we would do is we would come here and say in the view did load of the map view, that is, right? And because it's an async function, we need to say task, right? So it can run it. And here we're going to say have a do catch block, and then say catch, spell it correctly, catch, and we're just going to come here and we print the error, right? So what you're going to do here is you're going to say let weather, and weather is going to be gotten from try await, and what we await, the network service, right? Network service dot shared instance dot get forecast, right? And the latitude and longitude, we could get the latitude and longitude of Napoli, which we use here in the setup region. So we come here, copy this, paste that, get this, copy this, paste that, like so. And we could also come here and we say print weather, and if there's an error, we're just going to print the error. Catch, we say let error, and then we come here and we say print. What do we want to print? We want to print a particular error, right? So that's going to be that, and let's run this. Now if we run this, if this works, we should get the particular thing, right? So if we run this, and we should get an error or a success, right? So we see invalid data. Okay, we're getting invalid data. So remember, when you come to a network error, unable to complete network call, that's not that. Invalid response, the response is valid. Invalid data, right? So where do we call it invalid data? Let's work it out in real time. Invalid data. Invalid data happens when we can't decode it, right? So we can't decode this data. So for some reason, and when I was building it, like in the example that I just shown, the code was working. So that must mean that there's a slight difference in the data, right? So let me just have a look at an example. Let's just come here. This is the data that we normally get, right? And if you format it, this is what it looks like. So we're having a problem getting this response. This is a response we're supposed to get, and we convert it into this because of something. One likely reason is that we might be misspelling something, right? We're not using coding keys, right? We're using the same names that are available here. That's why we get things like that are called current, lat, and lon, because they're exactly what we are actually getting. Daily, weather. So you might be wondering, why is it that I'm picking names like this, right? Where are we? In our models, right? Weather data, right? So in our models, there must be something here that is wrong. Let's have a look and sort it out, right? So let's see. In weather data, is there a current and a daily? And are they called current like this and daily? Let's just check it out. Come here and we say current, current, and daily. So there's a current and a daily. And current is an object. Daily is an array of objects. Okay, fine. Let's come back. Current is here, and then current is this particular struct, right? And current contains temp, fields, underscore like, and weather. So temp, fields, underscore like, and weather among the objects. Let's just go and have a look at that. Here it is, right? So where is current? Current, fields, underscore like, okay. Temp we have, and weather, where we have this array, right? So it looks exactly the same. Okay. Let's go back. Temp and weather, yes. And weather is going to be decryption. Okay, I think this might be it. The name is description. So let's try and changing the name from decryption to description. Let's run this and hopefully now it works. Okay, just make sure that they're exactly the same, right? Okay, we do get something here, like, yeah. So weather data.current, like so, and okay. Let's just copy this, right? Copy it, come here, and okay. Let's just select all this data, clear it out, paste it. Okay. But it's there, it's all there, right? So this is it, and you can see it. So it's actually working, right? It's working as we should. This is what we get back. Yeah, it's working the way we should. It sort of should. We're getting back data and it's formatted correctly, and we don't get any errors, right? We don't get any errors. So yeah, but it's not the. This is actually the weather object that we're getting, the weather data object that we're getting back, right? So this is what it looks like, and yeah, so everything is working as it should. Now let's put it to good. Let's continue. Now the next thing we need to do is put in place our labels, and this is what they look like. We have a label for the day, the location, the temperature, and then we also have the labels for the days, the humidity, the temperature then, right? Because this is the day after, right? This is the day. We start off from the day after all the way to 1 week later, right? So this is the weekly temperature. And here I believe this is going to be, is it the mean temperature? Probably the mean temperature, or the one of them. We'll check when we're typing it out, right? So we're going to do that in a bit, right? So let's come here and we say let day label, and day label is going to be UI label, like so. And what we want is going to be the font. What's the font going to be? The font is going to be UI font dot system font of size weight, like so. Of size is going to be 16, weight is going to be dot semi bold, like so, and the text color is going to be dot label, right? Like so. And then you say let humidity label, like so, and this is going to be the font. The font is going to be UI font dot system font of size, and this is going to be 12, weight is going to be dot semi bold, right? And then the text color is going to be dot blue, right? So let's come here. Where is it? So you see our humidity is going to be in blue, right? That's that. Then after that, we're going to have the temperature label. We say let temperature label, and this is just going to be UI label, like so. The font is going to be UI font dot system font of size. It's going to be 12, weight is going to be dot semi bold, like so, and the text color is going to be dot label, right? Like so. And then you're going to say that weather icon is going to be UI image view, right? And we come here and we say that's going to be that. And here we say let ivy is going to be UI image. Come here, say view, like so. Do this. Come here, say ivy dot background color. Background color is going to be dot clear, like so. Then we come here to say ivy dot clips to bounds, and this is going to be true, like so. And then we say ivy dot content mode, and this one is going to be dot scale, scale to fill, right? So we do that, and then at the end of this we just want to return ivy, right? So we do that, and then we're going to return the ivy. That's going to be that. The next thing we need to do is going to be the particular day, and we could come here and we say var day, and this is going to be gotten from daily, like so, right? And we're going to use a did set did set like so, and okay, capitalize the S, of course, right? And what you're going to do is you're going to get the day. So we say guard let day equals day, else we're just going to return. So if you have a day, do that. Else condition ID, we come here and we say condition ID is going to be gotten from the day dot weather 0.id, right? So this is the condition ID that you're going to use to show here, right? This is the condition ID you're going to use to show here, right? So that's going to be that, and then we could have the formatter that formatter, and this can be date formatter like so, and what we're going to say is formatter dot date format, and this is going to be like so, and then you're going to say let date is going to be, we're going to use ns date, and we use time interval since 1970, and this can be gotten from the day dot dt, right? So that is going to be the format. Let's just run this and see it from the object, right? Let's run it and see it. Okay, so let's run this currently, see it on our phone, and then I believe if we come to okay, is it running? Let's just wait. Let's wait for it to run and minimize that. Okay, when it runs, we're going to get stuff on our okay, so here we get the weather map object, right? Temperature feels like scattered daily is going to be this particular array, and temp, the day is going to be that, light rain, the ID, right? So you see we can get the ID here, and then we get the humidity here, we get the date, right? So this date is what we're going to use. If you use this to convert from using ns date, the time interval since a particular day, you're going to get that particular date. So it's going to convert the string. This is a very popular way of putting dates on the web, right? So you use ns date, and then you get the time interval since 1970 to convert the date, right? So that's going to be that, right? And then you convert it into the format is just going to be the day. You could see the finished article where here, right? So let's get that, right? You can see this is what it looks like, right? So that is what we have done there. And then we come here and we say, let day name, which is a bit of a clumsy name. It's just going to be formatter dot string, and from date as date, right? So we do that, and then we come here and we say day label dot text is going to be the day name, right? So we do that, and that's going to be that. Okay, that's going to be that, right? And then the humidity label, we come here and we say humidity label dot text. What's it going to be? It's going to be a string like so, and here we're just going to say day dot humidity, and to it we add the percent, right? So that's what it looks like, right? So get the humidity, like in this case here the humidity is where, here the humidity is 59, add a percent to it, right? And then afterwards we have the temperature label. So let's come in to say temperature label like so, and then we say dot text like so, and this is just going to be the string like so, and here we're just going to say the format is going to be let's go here and say percent, and then we say dot 1f, right? Like so, and this is going to be day dot temp dot day, right? So we do that, and to it we concatenate the C, right? Okay, I'm not sure how you get the, how do you get the percent? Let's see, the this, right, or the this and this, right? How you do that, I'm guessing, is going to be, is it, Control, Command, and spacebar. Yes, okay, you do that and you get the emojis, right? So let's look for centigrade. Or is it Celsius? Celsius. This, right? So we could get that, right? Plus 2, it will concatenate that, right? Or you could also, if you want, you could look at how you would get the centigrade 0, the degree circle, right? So to it, we concatenate that. And then afterwards, we would come here and we get the... we can now deal with the image. We say config. Config is just going to be UI image dot symbol configuration dot symbol configuration. And what's this going to be? The colors we're interested in particular are going to be dot system purple and dot system, right? So we get the system purple and system pink, right? What this would do, or what this does, right, if we can quickly explain it, is that if we get this, we can give them, you can see that it's not just one color here, right? We have that and then we have it shaded with a bit of red, right? So that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to add the red and the purple together. And then the image in question, let's put the image, let's just come in to say, let image, and image is going to be UI image, like so. And here we're going to have the system name, and we need that with configuration, right? The image is going to be condition name, right? Which is just what the number that comes in, and the configuration in question is going to be config, right? And then finally, we say weather icon dot image is going to be the image up here, right? So that is done, right? So we have set everything up, and now what we need to do is we need to put them on our cell. So this is everything we need to have on our cell. What we would need to do is just put it in place. Let's do that. Yes, now the next thing we need to do is yes, we need to put in place our initializer. So we say init, like so, call the super dot init, like so, and this is going to be style, and reuse identifier is just going to be the reuse identifier, right? And then after that, we're going to call this function set up cell, which doesn't yet exist, right? So it doesn't yet exist. It's going to complain because it needs us to put the required initializer because you're not using a storyboard. That is done. Then we need to come here and we say func set up cell view, like so. Come here, and what's going to be the next one? The next one is going to be add subview, and the subview in question is just going to be day label, right? Then we're going to have add subview. Then you're going to say this is going to be the temperature label. Then you're going to say add subview. This is going to be the weather icon. Then you're going to say add subview. This is going to be the humidity label, like so, right? And then you're going to say day label dot set height, and this is going to be 40, like so. Then we're going to come here and we say day label dot center y, and we center y in the view, in the particular view. What's the view? That's going to be the content view, which is going to be the enclosing. Then we're going to say day label dot anchor, like so. What's this going to be? The leading is going to be the leading anchor, like so. The padding leading is also going to be 8, like so. And then we're going to put a stack, and we're going to say let's stack is going to be UI stack view, right? And the arranged subviews are going to be an array, right? And this is just going to be the weather icon, and this is going to be the humidity label, right? Humidity label, and you could call it stackage, or you could call it stack. Just make sure that when you, whatever you call it, you keep calling it that, right? Don't forget. And our stack axis, we need to specify how they're going to be arranged on the axis, stack axis, and this is going to horizontal like so, and then we say stack dot spacing, and stack dot spacing is going to be 4. Then we're going to say add subview. What's the subview? Is going to be the stack like so. Then you're going to say stack dot center, and where do we center it? In the view. And what's the view? It's going to be the content view, right? Then we come here and let's just have a look so that you can see how this is supposed to go, right? So let's do that. And we have our stack. So we have we're putting the weather icon and the humidity label next to each other, right? And then of course we're going to space them out. Put one here, put some space, put this in the middle, put some space, put this one at the end, right? So that's basically what you're doing, right? So the day label, the anchor, is going to have some padding at the leading. So we have padding at the leading, day label, then the stack, then horizontal, then spacing, then we center it in the view, which is going to be this cell. So we center this 2 in the view, that is the icon and the humidity label, center them in the view. Then at the end we'll put this, right? So you can see exactly where we're headed. Now the next thing is going to be the temperature label. The temperature label dot set height, make it 40 like so. Come here, say temperature label dot center y on the y-axis in view. What's the view? That's going to be the content view. And then we put it at the end. We say temperature label dot anchor. In fact, you should try anchoring it yourself. That's going to be the trailing, is going to be the content view dot trailing anchor like so. And the padding trailing, what's the padding trailing? Padding trailing is going to be 8, right? So you do that, and that's going to be everything you need to have, right? That's basically going to be everything here, right? And then after that, it's just a number of cells. So this is our detail table view, our detail table cell done. And now we can go to our detail view controller, where we are going to have or put everything in place, right? So what we want to do first is we need to create a bunch of things. We're going to have the latitude, right? So wait, let's come here. So you see that we were working on the cell, right? And then now that we've done with the cell, we might have to work on this, right? So the first thing we're going to have is going to be a variable for latitude, latitude, and latitude is going to be a double, and this is going to be 0. Then we say var longitude. If you have latitude, you probably need a longitude, which is also going to be a 0, and it's going to start off at 0 like so. And then you're going to say we could put them in the same line. We could say var city. City is going to be an empty string, and country. And not every place you search for is going to have a country and city, right? You should know that. For some reason, this is due to various regions, right? And Apple not wanting to get involved in what determines whether or not you're a country. Some people think Taiwan is a country. Some people think it's not a country. So Apple doesn't want to get involved in that, right? So depending on where you are, you might see that a place is a country, and if you cross the border, you might find that it's not a country. Like if you think about Morocco and the whole Sahrawi thing, if you know about what is happening in Morocco. But that's not that is just a detour of explaining that, right? Why you might not get, if you use collocation, it might tell you something is a country or not. Like you could ask it whether, let's find out whether Taiwan is a country, right? Of course, this depends on particularly where you are. So if you come here and we search for, let's say, Taipei, which is the capital of Taiwan. Oh, Taiwan is a country, right? Zongshan district. The country is Taiwan, right? So from here, they say Taiwan is a country. So there, right? Okay, so yeah. Anyway, location coordinates are going to be location coordinates 2D, like so. And then you're going to have var city label. City label is going to be UI label, and the text is going to be font. The font. The font is going to be .system font of size weight, and this is going to be 16 weight. Is going to be no, here it's going to be heavy. Black is the heaviest, but we're just going to go with heavy, like so. And then you have the country label, right? And this is complaining because I think we need to import MapKit, right? we need to come here and we say import that, right? So that takes care of a few of the errors we have, right? And then we have var country label. Country label is going to be UI label, and we're going to have the font is going to be .system font of size and weight. This is going to be size is going to be 14. Weight, this is country label. Weight is going to be bold, like so. Then we're going to have our date label. We have our date label. Date label is going to be UI label, like so. And this is going to have a font, and this is going to be .system font of size and weight. And the text color is going to be and here the font is going to be .system font of size and weight. Of size is going to be 62. Weight is going to be .black, right? Not black, right? So temperature is very heavy, right? And then we say that's configuration that you're going to use. Configuration. This is going to be for the SF symbol. This is going to be UI image .symbol configuration, like so. Point size, come here, say point size is going to be 2.4. Weight is going to be black, and scale is going to be large, right? So we do that, and then we have our favorites button. We come here and we say var favorites button, and this is just going to be of type UI button, like so. And we're going to come here, do this, come here, do that, say BT. BT is going to be UI button, like so. UI button, like so. Then we're going to say BT dot title label dot font. What's it going to be? This is just going to be UI font dot system font of size and weight. Of size is going to be 16. Weight is going to be dot semi bold, and then we just return BT, right? And here we're going to have type, right? Okay, so that is done. Then we're going to have, we need a weather label. Okay, we need a feels like label, we need a table view, and we need the forecasts, right? So I'm just going to copy some of this, right? So make the necessary changes as we go along. Copy, come here, do this, paste. Instead of city label, we're going to have the weather label. Weather label, the UI label, the font is going to be this, the size is going to be, let's say 32. 32. We don't need a we don't need to be heavy, like so, and the text color is just going to be dot label, like so. Hit Command D, come here after weather label. This is going to be fields temp, spell it correctly. This is going to be UI label. This is going to be of size 16, like so. The weight is going to be dot semi bold. The label here, text color, is going to be dot gray, right? Okay, so that's done. And then we have our table view. Our table view is going to be of type UI table view, right? Then we come here and we say var forecasts, like so. This is going to be daily, and this is going to be an empty array, right? Okay, so that is basically that. What we need next is going to be the current temperature. So we come here and we say var current is going to be current, and what you're going to say here is going to be the did set, like so. Come here and say guard let data is going to be current, else we're just going to return, right? Come here, return, do that. Then after that we are going to say dispatch queue, like so, domain dot async, and then we have our code. And here we're just going to say, after you get that, say, so that you can do it on the main thread, self dot temp label dot text, and we're just going to format it. This is going to be string, and what you're going to have is going to be the format, like so. The format is going to be, we come here and we say percent, and we say .1f, like so. The argument is going to be data dot temp, like so. Come here, do this, do that, come here, do this, and to it we concatenate it, and we just need to concatenate the C with the Celsius. Where did we have that? Which is in our cell. Come here, and come here, do that, right? Do this, do that, right? Now we have that. Then we come here and we say self dot weather label dot text, and this is just going to be data dot weather, and we get the first one and we say dot description, right? And then we say self dot fields temp label dot text, and this is going to be fields space like, and to it we concatenate. What do we concatenate? We concatenate to it, okay, we could put a string, right? Let's just say string, and the format is going to be that, and basically it's going to look a lot like this, right? So let's just come here, do this, come here, copy this, copy that, come here, do that, right? That's going to be what? 1.4, like so. That's going to be data dot feels like, right? Come here, say this is going to be feels like, right? And then to it we add the Celsius, right? So that is going to be that. Come here, what's the next thing? The next thing is going to be after the current, right? After the current, we're just going to come here and say var weather is going to be weather data, like so, and this is going to be that, and we're just going to come here and we say something like this, and this is going to be did set like so, and we're just going to say if let data equals weather, and what's this going to be? Data is going to be weather, like so, and this is going to be for day in data dot daily, right? So we have that. We're just going to say forecasts dot append day, right? So yeah, so I think this is going to create a problem, but let's just keep going until we sort it, right? Yeah, so basically that. Because what we want to do is, okay, you'll see it in a bit, right? So let's do that, and the next thing to do is let's come here, and we're just going to have a dispatch. Come here, say dispatch queue domain dot async, and this is just going to be self dot table view dot reload data, right? Like so, and that is going to be that. And what's the next thing we need to do? View did load. This is going to be dot secondary system background, like so. And then you're going to call system, what's the next one? Setup UI, like so, right? It doesn't exist yet, and we need to call it. So let's come here and say func is going to be called setup UI. What's it going to do? Exactly what you think it is, right? This is just going to be let info stack is going to be UI stack view, and in it we're going to have a range sub views. It's going to be an array. What's the array going to have? It's going to have a date label, comma, then it's going to have a city label, comma, then it's going to have a country label, comma, right? So that's going to be that. And then the next is going to be the view dot add subview, and this is going to be the info stack, like so, right? And then after that you're going to say info stack dot axis, and this is going to be dot vertical, right? And we say info stack dot anchor below the safe area, just top is going to be view dot safe area layout guide dot top anchor, right? And the padding at the top, padding top is going to be 4, right? And then we come here and we say info stack dot center x in view, and the view is just going to be the view, right? Then we say let current time is just going to be gotten from the date, right? So get the current time as though, and then we say let formatter is just going to be date formatter, like so. Then you're going to say formatter dot time style is going to be dot none, like so. Then we say formatter dot date style is also going to be dot medium, like so. Then we're going to say date label dot text, and this is just going to be formatter, like so, dot string, and this is going to be it's going to be current time, right? And here we just come and say view dot add subview, and the subview is just going to be the temp label, like so. Then you're going to say temp label dot anchor, like so, and this is going to be the top is going to be the info stack dot bottom anchor. The leading is going to be the view dot leading anchor. The padding at the top is going to be 8. Padding leading is going to be 16, right? And then we come here and we say let's current stack. The current stack can just be gotten from we create another stack with UI stack view. The arrange subviews are going to be an array. What's the array going to be? It's going to be weather label, like so. Put this, come here, say field stamp label, like so. Add them, come here, say view dot add subview. That's going to be the current stack, like so. Then we say current stack dot anchor, like so, and top is going to be the temp label dot bottom anchor, like so. Leading is going to be view dot leading anchor. Padding top is going to be 8, and padding leading is going to be 8, right? And then we come here and we say current, not time, but current stack dot axis, we're going to say it to dot vertical. So let's thing we need to do after this is to put the spacing. So we come here and we say set current stack, like so. Current stack dot spacing. What's the spacing going to be? It's going to be 4, like so. Then we say table view dot delegate. This is going to be the self, like so. Then we say table view dot data source. This is going to be the self, like so. Then we're going to say view dot add subview, and this is going to be the table view, like so. Then we're going to say table view dot register, and this is going to be detail table cell dot self, like so. For reuse identifier, we're just going to put detail, like so, and you're going to say table view dot set height. That's going to be, let's say, 300. Come here, say table view dot set width. We want to say view dot frame dot size dot width, all the width available, right? And then we say table view dot anchor. What's the anchor? At the top is going to be the current stack, padding top. Let's go, and then we say view dot add subview, and this is going to be the favorites button, like so. And then we say favorites button dot anchor, and this is going to be the top is going to be table view dot bottom anchor. Padding at the top is going to be 8. Then favorites button dot center X in view, and what's the view? The view is going to be the view, right? That's going to be guessing everything we need. It's going to complain here because we need to add the delegate and the data source. So let's come here and we say extension, and this is just going to be detail view controller. This is going to be UI table view, table view, and we just want the delegate, right? We want the UI table view delegate, and we can combine them. UI table view data source, right? Data source, right? So we have the data source, like so, and then we just come here and we say func. We need the cell for ROAT, right? And this is just going to be the let day can be gotten from the forecasts, and we get the index path dot row. We're not yet loading anything, we'll do that in a bit. Then we say let cell is going to be table view dot dq reusable cell with identifier, and this is going to be detail for index path, and we want it cast as detail table cell, right? And we come here and we say cell.day, and this is going to be day, right? And then we just return it, we say return cell. That's as it should be. And of course it's missing, it's complaining number of rows in section. Come here, say number of rows in section. This is just going to be return focus. That is going to be done, right? So that is more or less done. And okay, what's that going to be? Now the next thing we need to do is going to be we have set up we need to check the coordinates. We need a function that is going to check the coordinates and then fetch them. So when you pass in the coordinates, we need to let's fold that. What we need to do is we need to check the coordinates based on the coordinates that are passed in, right? So we say func check coordinates, like so. And this is going to be if checked latitude, and this is going to be from the location coordinates dot latitude. If this is the case, and this should be if let, right? If let, we're declaring them on the same, and let checked longitude. Checked longitude is just going to be location coordinates dot longitude, like so. And what we're going to do here is say we want the latitude. Latitude is going to be the checked latitude, and the longitude is going to be the checked longitude, right? Checked longitude, right? And then we get the place mark. We say let place mark, and the place mark here is just going to be the core location, and here we're going to have the latitude and the longitude, and we're just going to pass in the latitude and the longitude, right? So we do that, and then we call the functionality we created. We say placemark dot fetch location information, hit this, and now we have access to the city, the country, and any potential errors, right? Come here, say this is going to be the weak self, right? And the code in question is going to be guard let self is going to be self, else we're just going to return, right? Come here and return, and we say we could declare them all in the same line, right? I don't see why I'm doing it in separate lines. So we say self, and then we say let city be city, then let country be country, and error be nil. Else we return, right? Instead of doing them in like different lines, right? And then after this, what we need to do is just come in and we say self.city is going to be the city. Then we say self.country is going to be the country. Then we say we would call a function that I've just realized that we have not yet done. Let's create that function. Let's say that's what it's. Okay, let's just come here and recreate it. It's going to be a very simple function. It's going to be func. It's going to be called update values, right? Update values is just going to come. It's going to be pretty straightforward, nothing to it. Just come here and we say city label the text is going to be city. Then we say country label dot text is going to be country, right? So we have done that part, and what's the next one? The next one is call it here. We just say if we have the access to the city and the country, just update and come here and we say self dot update values. That is done, right? And at the end of this, we're going to call get weather. Get weather doesn't exist yet, so let's come here and recreate it. Func get weather. And what does get weather do? Get weather is first going to show us a loading indicator, just in case, right? Because you're fetching something. Show loading indicator. This doesn't exist, so let's create it. Come here, say func okay, so we have the show loading indicator. What do we want to do? Get weather, and let's go to our loading indicator, and this is just going to be pretty straightforward. View dot add subview. What's the subview in question? Subview in question is going to be container view, like so. Then we say container view dot fill super view, right? Then we come in and we say container view dot background color, and that's just going to be dot system background, right? Then we say container view dot alpha is going to be 0. Then we're going to say UI view dot animate with duration is going to be 0.25. Animation in question is going to be self dot container view dot alpha is going to be 0, right? 0.8 rather, 0.8, not 0. So we do that, and then we just have the activity indicator. We say let activity indicator, and this is going to be UI activity indicator view, and the style we want a large one, so we say large, like so. And then we say container view dot add subview, and the subview is going to be activity indicator, right? Then we come here and we say activity indicator dot center in view, and that's going to be the view, right? Then we come here and we say activity indicator dot start animating, like so, and then we say activity indicator dot color is going to be dot system purple, right? So that is more or less everything we need to do, and it's still not showing loading indicator, spelling it different, right? So now we have something we can call in our get weather, right? Now we can come here, and all we need to do is call our function. So we say network service. We need the shared instance, and we say get forecast. Latitude is going to be the latitude, the longitude is going to be the longitude, and then we would need to come here and we say dot shared dot get forecast, right? Oh yeah, we would need to call it. Let's just come here and do this, right? Let's go back here. We called it in the map view, right? So come to the map view, and let's just come here and we say we move it from here, right? No need to call it here. Come back to where we were, right? Paste this here, right? So instead of printing weather, we could just get rid of this, right? And what we would want is going to be we pass in the latitude, which is going to be the latitude. Let's come here and we say this is going to be the latitude, and the longitude. Let's do this, and the longitude is going to be the longitude, right? So we do that, and we say if that succeeds, we say self dot dismiss. We need a functionality to dismiss loading indicator, right? So let's just create that. Come here and we say func, and this one is going to be called dismiss loading indicator, and it's going to do exactly what you think it is. It's going to be dispatch on the dispatch queue domain dot async. And what's the code that you're going to put here? We're going to say self.container view dot remove from super view, right? So remove it, right? So when this works out, we just come in and we say self dot we need to dismiss it, so we say dismiss loading indicator, right? And that is done. So that is done. Now the next thing we need to do is we get the weather, and we say since we have the weather, self dot current is going to be weather dot current, and then we say self dot weather is going to be weather, like so, right? So hopefully that takes care of a lot of the things, right? And finally, yeah, I think that's more or less it, unless there's something I've forgotten. I'm trying to think. Let's see. Okay, we probably need to call them, right? Yeah, that's what I'm forgetting. We need to call them at the in the video load. I was just looking at my notes, so let's come up. After setting up UI, we need to check coordinates. Come here and say check coordinates, and where we call our get weather, right? So let's run this, and hopefully we do not have too many issues, right? Because we've written a lot of code, we have not tried it out, right? So basically that, come to favorites. Detail can be gotten from here, right? So let's say what city? Let's see, we would like Sydney, Australia, right? So if we hit Sydney, oh, we don't go yet. We're not telling it where to go, right? So what we need to do is go to our search view, and in our search view, we need the functionality did select when you select a table view, right? So let's go to search view, and we need a did select, right? Did select throughout. So let's just minimize this, and let's come here and say did select row at this one, right? And we say something like let VC is going to be detail view controller. Then we say if let location, and location is just going to be matching locations, and we get the index path dot row dot placemark dot location dot coordinate, right? And what we want to do next is just say VC dot location coordinates, and this is going to be location, right? And the next thing to do is going to be the navigation controller, like so, and we're just going to say push view controller, and this is going to be VC animated is going to be true, right? Okay, that is it, I guess. Maybe now. And this is going to be something like Sydney, Australia, like so. And we do get Sydney, and let's see, okay, fine. Let's say, okay, it's not Sydney, Australia, right? So looks slightly different, don't you think? Okay, the temperatures look the same, this looks the same, I think this is okay. Fine, now there's a problem you will notice first, right? Today is Tuesday, and it's given us the weather, and we're also getting the weather here, right? So we need to skip Tuesday, right? So there are many ways you could do this, right? You could ignore the first one, right? Yeah, there are many ways you could do that. You could ignore the first one, you could put a flag. The idea would be to skip the first one and then go to Wednesday, right? Because 21st of May is Tuesday today, and we are seeing this particular temperature, right? So we don't want to see today's temperature, we want to start from tomorrow, right? So how we do that is, let's just sort that out first and then proceed. Let's see, how would we do that? Where do we do that first? No, in the search view, I'm looking for the detail, right? Okay, so if let data for day in data daily, focus for day in data daily, right? So we need to skip the first one, right? I was just looking at how drop first works. I know you can use drop first, but I was looking whether you can just tack it on to that, right? So if we hit drop first like this and then we run it, we will be able to skip the first element, right? So we just say drop first like so, come here, come and say Sydney, like so, Sydney, Australia, right? So we get Sydney here, and we have this information, right? And if we compare it with this, it looks exactly the same. Of course, you will notice a few things. Of course, this is bigger than this, right? So everything else should be the same. So we have this button here, and also this back button, right? So let's have a look at how how we could set up the back button, right? The back button would have to, I'm thinking, come in the detail view, right? So it would come in the, no, from where we're going from. So it's going to be the search view, right? So the first thing to do is wherever we're coming from, in this case, which is going to be the search view, we need to make sure that we tell it not to have a back button to here, right? That's where you actually do it. So how you do this is you just come here and you say navigation control, navigation item actually, right? Dot back bar button item, and this is just going to be UI bar button item, and this is going to have a title. The title is going to be an empty string. The style is going to be dot plain, like so. The target is going to be nil, and the selector, the action is going to be nil, right? So we do this, and if we run this, we should get, let's see what that looks like. Come here, pick another, let's pick another city. Let's pick Maputo. Maputo in Mozambique. And here we now have, we've gotten rid of the world, right? But we still have this back bar button. And what you would have here is this more glorious, right? This more glorious button, right? And we're going to fix that, but first we could maybe add, I'm thinking maybe let's add this, right? Let's add this button to allow us to go to navigate to add it to Coredata, right? So we would need to add it to Coredata, and how we would do that is pretty straightforward. We would go to our detail view, and we would the first thing we could check also, I've noticed, is that come here. It's like it's expecting us to have a large title here, and here it doesn't, so that's why there's a bit of space. So what we could do is in our detail view, let's come to our detail view, and let's correct that, right? So let's come here, and we would come here and we say something like navigation controller dot navigation bar dot prefers large title and set this to false, right? Let's do that and see what happens. Then we go to, okay, let's pick a city. Which continent are we going to go to? Almaty in Kazakhstan. Oh, okay. How do you spell Almaty? Almaty, Kazakhstan, right? So this is the temperature or weather in Almaty, which I believe is the capital of Kazakhstan. Okay, it's one of the main cities of Kazakhstan. I know they might have moved their capital recently, but this is one of the main cities. But now you see it's looking a lot like what we're looking for, because there's no space devoted to a potentially large title, right? So that's why this looks like this. But then it doesn't exactly look like that because we have this back bar button. So let's do that. And what we do, how we do that is, let's figure it out. Let's come here and let's just say lazy var. This is going to be called back button. Spell it, okay, spell it however you want to spell it. I like doing it like this. And this is going to be UI image, like so. And this is going to be the system name. And what's the system name going to be? We're going to have an arrow.back, so make sure you get it correctly. This is going to be the, let's just do this, right? It's going to be arrow dot left dot circle, right? Arrow dot left dot circle dot fill, arrow dot left dot circle dot fill. Okay, so one of these, right? Okay, this one looks a bit better. Let's copy this. So we do that, and with configuration is just going to be configuration, and we give it a tint color with tint color, and the color is going to be dot system purple, right? So now we should have everything we need for our back button, right? We come to where we have come here, say navigation controller dot navigation bar dot back indicator image. Back indicator image is just going to be the back button, right? So that's going to be that, and then we say navigation controller dot navigation bar dot back indicator transition mask image, and this is going to be the back button, right? Let's do this and run this, and hopefully that is done. Okay, come here, sort this, and this is going to be, let's think of a different city. What's a different city? Ulaanbaatar. How do you spell the capital of Ulaanbaatar? Yeah, Ulan. Okay, Ulaanbaatar. Yes, this one. The spelling of it, the capital of Mongolia, is going to be this, right? Now we see that we have we've chosen a slightly different arrow, but it's not the same color. And why is that? Well, we have told there's something else you need to do to make sure that the color is exactly how you want it to be, right? So here, what you would do is you would need to tell it that the rendering mode, right? So with the tint color, after you put it the tint color, you could come here and you say rendering mode is going to be always original, right? So if we do that, now we're going to have the same, more or less. Okay, let's just see that. Pick a city. Let me think of a city. Let's go to South America. Let's go to Manaus in Brazil, right? So that's going to be Manaus in Brazil, right? By the Amazon River. So that's it's a hot day today, 31.2. Woo, smoking. Okay, so that's a very, very hot day, and we're not yet in summer proper. Okay, so that's what it's like in Manaus. Yeah, but everything is as it should be. The only thing left is we can add this city to our favorites. Like we can add that, and when we go back, come to favorites, come here, we're going to find Sydney, glorious Sydney, right? So let's figure out how we're going to add that to our favorites. And how we're going to do that is we're going to create a function. Let's just create this function, and this is going to be check if location is saved, right? Doesn't work yet. Why doesn't it work? Because we haven't put it in place, right? And we come here and we say func check if location is saved, right? It's going to be that, and what you're going to do in check if location is saved is you're first going to check whether or not we have saved it to Coredata, right? And in our Coredata service, let's see, fetch location, we just fetch the locations and add locations, right? And let us just create a function, right? And we're going to call this function location exists in our Coredata, right? So this is going to be that. So we come in and we say func, and this one is going to be called location, spell it correctly, or spell it how it's supposed to, or you think it's how it's supposed to be. Latitude is going to be a double, and the longitude is also going to be a double. So we have two doubles there, and this is going to return a boolean, like so. And then we're going to say get the context. I'm sure I've done that a bunch of times, so we could just come here, say context. You could maybe make it a static variable so that you can call it a bit easier. Say context, like so. And then we say fetch request is going to be this. It's going to be the same. Also consider making this a static variable for ease of use. Come here, paste that. That's going to be that. And then we say let predicate. And predicate is just let me just put it and say predicate is going to be ns predicate, and the format in question is going to be latitude is going to be percent, what's percent? Percent and at, right? And longitude, right? So this just switches out the percent, right? This is a placeholder to switch out with latitude, right? And we could come here and we are going to put the two of them, and because you can have one latitude and a different longitude, right? And here it's just going to be, we want the longitude, make sure the spelling is as it should be, right? And here we just say percent at, like so. That's going to be that. And we say after that latitude as ns number, right? And longitude as ns number, right? So the predicate is just going to be used to evaluate as to whether it exists, right? So that's going to be the latitude and the longitude, right? So that's that. And what's the next one is going to be, we come here and we say fetch request dot predicate that you're going to use to establish whether it exists is going to be the predicate, right? So when you pass in the latitude and longitude, check on the fetch request whether they exist, right? And then we create results. We say var results are going to be in an array of ns managed objects, right? This is just the base Coredata class, like so. And then we try and fetch the results. So let's do that. Let's continue. So now we can try and save them. So we come in and we say do, and we say results. Results is just going to be try dot context dot fetch. And what do we want to fetch? We want to fetch the fetch request. Fetch the fetch request. So fetch, and what do we want to fetch? We want to fetch the fetch request, like so, and we want it as an array of ns managed object, like so. And then we're going to come here and we say catch any errors, catch let error, like so. And we're just going to come here and we print. What are we going to print? We're going to print error executing results, and we're going to why is it complaining? Type ns managed context has no member context, right? So we say try, okay, we do have context as persistent container.context, right? And we have the fetch request is going to be ns fetch request, and the favorites model, and the entity name, our predicate is going to be that fetch request dot predicate is going to be predicate, var result is going to be ns managed object, and we want it to cast do results, and we say try, not try dot, okay, try, okay, fine. Now it's going to be fine, like so. And then at the end of it, we're going to return whether or not our array is empty. So we say results dot is empty, right? So that's going to be that. And basically, I think that's it, right? So now we have a method that we can use to determine whether or not a location actually exists, right? Now, after we do that, we have add location, right? Fetch location, right? Add location, right? We also need delete location in case we already have a location, right? So that's what we're going to do. And this is going to be func, and it's going to be called delete location. And it's going to take what? It's going to take latitude, longitude, like so. It's going to take a latitude, which is a double, exactly the same, right? So that, come here, paste this, right? It's going to be that. And then we're just going to have, we need the context and the fetch request. You could outsource them to a particular place so that you can use them a bit easier. So we come here, we copy this, right? Come here, paste that, right? So we have that, and then we have the predicate, and we need it for the latitude and the longitude. Come here, basically we need all this, right? So no need to type it out, just come here, do this, come here, paste that, right? And then we can come here and we say do, like so, come here and we say let location to remove, like so, and that's going to be try, and this is going to be context dot fetch. And what do you want to fetch? The fetch request, right? Fetch request, and we want it as, and we come here and we say ns managed object, and we come here and we say location to remove dot for each, like so, hit enter, and this is going to be location to remove in, and we need to come here and we say okay, wait, let's come here and say something like that, context dot delete, and this is just going to be location to remove, right? So we do that, and it's going to complain because we come here and we say catch let error print something like failed to delete, and then come here and say error dot localized description, right? So that's going to be everything I believe we need to do, but after you delete, you're also going to try and save it again, right? So after you come here and you delete, right, you are going to try and persist the changes, right? Because you've deleted this from the context, right? You need to persist them, right? The context is the staging area. So basically what you've done now is you have deleted them from the context. After you delete them, you want to try and save it, right? So what you would do is, where do we, okay, where is this fetch location? Where is it? So after that, you just do this, right? So to persist them, you have deleted them from the staging area. Now persist them, like so, right? So now we have persisted them. And what we would need to do now is come to our favorites and figure out how, let's go to our favorites. And in our favorites, we would need to, we would first need to, not the favorites, where do we do it? We do it in the detail view, right? So it will be the detail view. So in the detail view, what we would need to do is, let's go to our detail view. Check if location is saved. And here we come and say, if Coredata service dot shared instance, the shared instance, if the shared instance dot location exists, what's the latitude? The latitude is going to be, the longitude is going to be that, like so. And we just come here to say favorite button dot set title, and this is going to be remove from favorites, right? And this is going to be for set title for the normal state, right? So we do that, and then you say favorites button dot set title color, set title color for this is going to be dot system red for normal, right? So we do that, right? And then after that we come here and we say favorites button dot add target dot add target self, what's the action dash? The action is going to be hashtag selector, doesn't exist yet, remove location from core data, right? And this is going to be for when we touch it up, right? We say we'll touch up. That is done, right? So that is done. Let's come here, remove location from Coredata, right? Come here, pick this, right? And this is going to be that. And what we would need is going to be at Objective-C func, and this is going to be removed like so. And here first we're going to do is just print removed. Removed, and then you're going to come here and say Coredata service dot shared dot delete location latitude longitude, and we are going to say afterwards check if location is saved, right? Check if location is saved so that you can show the whether or not you can add it. When you delete it, you should have the opportunity to add it back again. So that's why we're doing that, right? So we do that, and if Coredata, there should be some, we should do this, right? So come here, cut this, paste this here, right? And we come here and we say else, come here and we say this is going to be we're going to do the same things, just change the name of the title, right? So come here, copy this, paste this, right? This is going to be, instead of remove from favorites, it's going to be add to favorites, right? Add to favorites. That's going to be normal. It's going to be system purple. That's going to be that for normal. And here we're going to be add location to Coredata. So let's come here and say to Coredata, and this is going to be something like add location to Coredata. So we come here, copy this, right? Now this is going to be add location, doesn't exist yet. Add location to Coredata. Come here, say at Objective-C func. This is going to be add location to Coredata, like so. And what we're going to do here is just going to be Coredata services. We want the shared instance. We want the add location. The name is going to be the city. The country is going to be the country. City, tab, country, longitude, latitude, like so. Then we're just going to say check if location is saved, right? Okay, so let's put it to the test, right? So we have done that. Okay, let's come here. Let's say something like Denali in the United States. Come here, and here we have the option, right? So Healy, blah blah blah, etc, right? Oh, and it does have snow, right? Denali is snowing, right? So you see our snow, right? So Denali in it's in Alaska, right? Denali is in Alaska, right? So in Alaska, I'm guessing there is still some snow. It's not yet snow. So here we are getting, this is the symbol for snow, right? So in this case, you see that we are getting our snow and that. But more importantly, we have add to favorites, right? So we should hit this and then, wait, add to favorites. Let's say, we know it's being called, so we could come here and say print, say something like added, right? So let's run that. And when we call it, we're going to see it, right? So Denali is still snowing, right? One place in May that is still snowing. Okay, so from Denali, let's go to Phu Tho in Vietnam, right? Let's add it to favorites, like so, right? So when we add it, we see it immediately changes after it checks remove from favorites, right? If we come to favorites, of course, we've not set it up, but we have done it, right? So presumably when we come back and we get here, we'll see Phu Tho when we actually deal with it, right? Now, added, so we know it's being called. We'll test the removability when we can actually remove it, right? Now let's go back to our detail view controller, right? Because I think that's that a few things we have not yet done. So we're not yet through the woods. So let's go to favorites controller. And now for our favorites controller, what we would want to do is we're putting this in place, right? And we have that, and we have a title, and we have done a lot of things, right? Are we setting up our collection view? Yes, I think. Set up collection view. It looks like it's being set up. And what we would want is we're fetching the location information. And let's see. Okay, that is done. Okay, so let's see. I don't think one thing we're not doing is we're not fetching the locations, right? So we're not fetching the locations when we start. So let's figure out how we can do that, because let's just give ourselves a bit more real estate. So we have the locations, we have the collection view, the view did load, that setup collection view, and let's just come here and we say something like locations are going to be from here, core data service dot shared dot, we created this earlier, fetch location. Is it fetch locations or fetch location? Okay, however you want to call it, right? So this is going to be that fetch location, right? So if we do this and then we run this, it's going to be there, but we need to come here and we say collection view dot reload data. So let's do this too and see what happens. Okay, we come here and this is going to be let's see, or rather let's favorites, right? Okay, we are still not seeing anything. I think we didn't hook everything up as it should be. So let's figure out why we're not getting that, right? Why we're not getting anything, right? So what we should do is we set up the collection view, and after we set it up, okay, let's just come here to the delegate, and the delegate should be when you select a collection, right? And are we getting the data source? Well, if we come to the data source, we have the locations.count, and this is going to be locations index path return. Self for item at is going to be that, right? Collection view. So either it's not being saved, or for some reason you're not getting our particular cells, right? Let's go to our detail. No, I think the cells are we sorted out our cells. Let's just have a look at the table view cell, right? So that's going to be that. And basically where we set up the cell, right? So the issue, funnily enough, is that in our favorites controller, we were not calling the setup collection view. So let's do that, setup collection view like so, reload. And we have saved at least one, so we should see at least one. So let's come here. And that is not what we were looking for. Let's figure out why, right? So let's first look at the cell, right? So let's go to the favorites location cell, right? And we could minimize this, and we see the number of things that are going to be there. So for our cell in particular, favorites location cell, we do have the map view, which is showing the view to blur, which is showing the blur view, which I'm guessing is also showing the country label, which we are not seeing, the country label, which we are not seeing, the city, the country, the coordinates, and so on and so forth. And we're calling the zoom location, okay, and we're calling the setup cell, and this is going to be, let's go to our setup cell content view. We add the view to blur, the city label, the country label, the map view, and the blur view. Then we add that, then we say view to blur, fill super view, map view, we tell it to fill the super view. Then we give the anchors all through, and then we give it a corner radius like so, and we give it that, right? So that looks okay. And the zoom is going to be, I think the zoom is fine, right? Okay, so now let's go to our collection view where we're giving everything size and space and whatnot, right? So we would like to go to that, and what that is going to look like is going to be when we're setting up our collection view, we do set up an insert, then we add the view, then we say collection view, give it padding, register our cells, let coordinate is going to be that, and cell.coordinates is going to be that. Then we get the place mark and return the city, and we tell it the delegate and the data source. Okay, then we come to the collection view, right? And that's going to be, oh, we're forgetting to set up the size, right? In fact, that's why we should have started with the delegate. Come here and say extension favorites controller, like so, favorites controller, like so, and we're saying the UI collection view delegate flow layout, right? So that's going to be that. And then the method, we're going to be the size for item. They don't have size, right? Size for item at this one, right? So we have this, and we're just going to say let size is going to be core graphic float, like so. And here we're just going to say we want it to take 1/3 of the space ideally, and this is going to be something like a float. And here we're just going to get the view dot frame dot size dot width, like so, minus, should be a bit of space between them. So we say float, and this is going to be 16, like so, and to it we multiply by 3 and we divide by 2, right? So we do that, and it's complaining that we're not returning anything. So we come here and we return CG size, and the width is going to be the size and the height is going to be the size, right? So if we do this now, presumably we are going to get okay. Now we come here and voila, photo looks a bit like that, right? Now we have photo looks a bit like that, but right now you see the difference is if we hit this, we can go here. If we do this, we're just tapping, right? So we need to set up on the did select when you select something, right? The did select method did select that, like so. So we say let VC is going to be detail view controller, right? Detail view controller, like so. And then we say VC dot coordinates dot location coordinates rather dot location coordinates, like so. And this is going to be core location coordinate 2D with the latitude. What's the latitude is going to be from the locations, and we can get this from the index path dot row, like so. And we need the latitude, right? And then here the longitude is going to be locations, and here it's going to be index path dot row, and we're going to say dot longitude, right? And then after that, what we're going to do is just say navigation controller dot push view controller, and this is going to be VC, and animation is always good, so we say true, right? So we do that, and let's see that. Okay, run this, and this should allow us to navigate between them if we have done everything as it should be. It's a big if, of course. It's a big if. And yes, so let's come here and say, and you see the spinny around, and oh, we got this horrible. So what we need to do next is from our favorites, we need to make sure that when we leave the favorites, we don't have the ability to the back button, and also the prefers large title. We set the prefers large title, right? Let's just run this and see, right? I think we also need, we could just copy the code from the detail view, right? The code of what we want. We want the okay, here we prefer the large title, so that's going to be the default. But then where do we get from the detail view? It's the search view controller, right? That's the search view, right? So what we need is this, right? Where we set the back button, right? So we originate from the detail, which is detail view, right? So on the view did load, we need to set this, right? Come here, do this, right? So we run this, and presumably we're going to get that. And we're also going to test whether or not we can delete areas, right? So we come here, photo, like so, and we get this, and okay, wait, here it is the favorites, right? So this should be from the favorites. So we cut this and come and put it in favorites. Okay, so come here, do this, right? Okay, come here, do this, and now you see the back button doesn't have that, right? And we do this, and we have this, and we do this. Let's add another place. Think of a place. Where haven't we gone? Let's go back to, let's go to Europe. Okay, what's it? Let's see. Cremona. Cremona in Italy, right? So we get Cremona and we add to favorites, and we come here. We're not being notified, right? But if we restart it, since it's going to load on the first time, we should make changes when we notice that there has been a change, right? So that's another thing. So we get Italy, Cremona, and we arrange them. I believe we arrange things in the according to alphabetical, right? That's why Cremona comes before Futo, right? So we have Cremona, and you can see Cremona here. And if we remove them, right? Let's see if removal works. Let's test if removal works. And if we come here and we say removal works, Cremona isn't there, right? But we need in we need to come to have a notification, right? On the view did load. So we come here and we say notification center, like so, dot default, and we add an observer, right? And this is going to be the self, and the selector is going to be hashtag selector, and this one is going to be context objects did, or give it a name that means something to you, right? Objects did change, like so, right? And the name is going to be notification dot name dot ns managed object context did save, right? Or did change, right? Okay, and the object is going to be null, right? So we need to change that, and for that we probably need to, let's jump to that, create this, right? Context object did change. Come here, copy this, make it up, and this is going to be at, come here, say at objective C func, and this is going to be that, like so. And here what we'd want is we want notification, like so. It's going to complain a bit, and we say notification, and what we want is going to be get all the locations, right? And the locations can be gotten now that we have changed it, so we can get access to the location, right? So when we delete something, we say Coredata service dot shared, because when we delete something we can just fetch all the locations, right? And we say fetch locations, and then we just say collection view dot reload data, right? So we do that, and we have an error, right? And we hit this, hit fix, and we, since it's going to be underscored, what we'd like to do is just come here and say underscore, like so, right? And we now have no errors. Now let's run it and see if we have access to it, right? Okay. Okay, come here, get this, right? And let's add a place. Okay, let's see, we would like to think of a city. Let's say Niamey, Niger. Wow, 42. Damn, it's okay, it's in the Sahara. It's in around the Sahara region, so it's pretty hot. But yeah, I guess but it seems like it's almost, well, it's almost evening, right? Because I'd guess, wow, it's really hot in Niamey. Shocking. Anyway, so we have Niamey and we add to favorites and we come to favorites here, and you're going to see that we're going to get Niamey, right? So now when we add to it and we just come here, it automatically reloads. We don't need to tell it to reload. So we basically have everything we need, right? Let's add a third so that you can see two. What other location do we have? Okay, we are from Africa. Let's go to South America. What city? Let's see. Quito. Let's do Quito in Ecuador. So we get Quito and we add to favorites. And if we come here, this is what it will look like, right? So now we're getting an idea of what the data looks like when we add it, right? Okay, so that is done. What's the next thing we need to do? The next thing I think is that we've done basically everything. The only thing is that our map view, if you actually go to the map view and try pressing on the map, we do not have the ability to get the location of the actual, what's it called? You can't get a location by just pointing on a position, right? So let's do that. So let's come here and say, let long press, and long press is going to be a gesture manager, which you're going to apply on our map, which is going to be of type UI long press gesture recognizer, right? Long press gesture recognizer, and it's going to be UI that, right? So it's going to be this, and then I think we have that. What more do we need? We need to add a gesture recognizer. Come here and say map dot add gesture recognizer, and this is going to be the long press, right? And we're going to say on long press dot add target, it's going to be the self, the action is going to be hashtag, doesn't exist yet, so selector, and this is going to be did add annotation, right? Annotation, like so, right? So we add the annotation, and did add annotation, like so, and that's going to be that. And the next thing we need to do here is we need to create this, of course, right? So what that looks like is pretty straightforward. We just need to come down here and among our Objective-C methods and come and say at Objective-C func, and this is going to be, okay, in context did object change, but did add annotation, I thought I had copied it to did add annotation, right? So we do that, and that's going to be pretty straightforward. And we first check if the user stopped pressing. If sender dot state is not UI gesture recognizer dot state dot begun. If it hasn't just begun, return, right? And we could come here and we say sender is going to be UI long that, right? So if the sender state has not begun, just return, right? And we say let pressed location equals sender dot location in, and the UI view is going to be the map, right? So we do that, and we say let pressed coordinates, and this is just going to be of type CL location coordinates 2D, right? This is going to be map dot convert to coordinate from. We convert the pressed location like so to coordinate from map, right? So, and then afterwards we need to add an annotation. So we say we need to create annotation, right? So how we do that, that is going to be a bit I don't think we've done that yet. Okay, let's do that. So what we want is going to be a function. Let's come here and say func, and this one is going to be called create annotation, right? Create annotation, and create annotation is going to be city, which is going to be of type string. And remember, this can't be nil. We have already gone into that, right? And we say country. These ones are from Coredata, right? Country. And remember, this is going to be string. This can be nil, like so. And then we're going to get the latitude. Latitude. This is going to be co-location. Degrees. Degrees, like so. And the longitude. Longitude. The longitude is going to be degrees, right? So we have that, and it should return, what should it return? It should return MK point annotation. These are just going to be annotations on the map, right? So we say, we come here and we say, let location coordinates, and these are just going to be co-location, like so. Coordinate 2D, like so. And this is going to be a latitude and a longitude. A latitude is going to be a latitude, the longitude is going to be the longitude, right? And then we're saying from city, this is going to be call location, like so. And the latitude is going to be the latitude, and the longitude is going to be the longitude, like so. Then we say let marker is going to be MK point annotation, right? And we say if let city is going to be city, and this is the city from Coredata, right? And then let country, country is going to be the country from Coredata, right? We come here and we say marker dot title is going to be city, marker dot subtitle is going to be country, right? So those are the values you're going to have. Else we are going to say location from city dot fetch coordinates, fetch location information, hit that, and this is going to be city country, like so. And I think, where are we also using this? So that okay, let's just type it out, right? And we come here and we say guard let city is going to be city, and then country, let country is going to be country, country is going to be country. Then error is going to be nil, right? Else we're just going to return, right? So we get that, and then we repeat this. We come here and we say marker, come here, do this, come here, do that, right? So, and then we come and say here after that marker dot coordinate is going to be location coordinates, and at the end of this we're just going to say return marker, right? So we do that, and that's basically how we're going to put this in place. And country should be optional, like so. That makes some of our mistakes and errors go away, right? So now we have create annotations, right? And also when we start, we want to populate the map with annotations. That's what we could do next. Let's just make sure that this error is going to be nil, like so. Make sure that we are evaluating that the error is nil, not assigning, right? So after we do that, the next thing would be to populate the map, right? So when we start the map, we're going to fetch all, when you long press on a particular point on the map, it's going to have an annotation. Then you're going to be able to look at the particular location's weather, right? So when the map starts, we want to populate the map with possible annotations, right? So we come here and we say func, and this is going to be but if you think about it, this is inefficient unless you're in the area, right? If you're, like, for example, if you open the map in let's see, in Italy, and the user is in New York, right? So they're not going to see the dots or the pins that are in Italy, right? But that's how I made it. Let's just continue with that. We say populate map with annotations, right? And what we're going to do here is just come and say let annotations, like so, is going to be map dot annotations, and we say first to remove all of them, we say map dot remove annotations, and we take all the annotations. Let's remove all of them, and then we say let favorites favorites, and we can get this from Coredata service dot shared dot, and the reason for this is that whenever we come back to the map, we want to remove all annotations and put them back. Otherwise, you might have annotations on top of annotations, right? That's the logic of it. And we come here and say for location in favorites, what we want to say map dot add annotation, and this is going to be create annotation, and create annotation, and we could just pass in the right, we could, okay, let's see city. Okay, if the city is already there, let's just put it, right? So let's come here. I'm debating on how we would do this, right? Because I'm looking at the, so we say city, right? And the city here is going to be from the location dot name, the latitude, okay, the country is going to be the location dot country, latitude is going to be location dot latitude, and longitude is going to be location dot longitude, right? Dot longitude, right? So that's going to be that, and remove annotation. Okay, why is it complaining about this? It's complaining about this because you say annotation is going to be map, let annotations, it's going to be map dot annotations, map dot remove annotations, and okay, let's hit that, right? Okay, fine, right? Now the next thing we need to do is have a functionality for adding the annotation, right? So we would have, like, for example, when we long press, let's go. Okay, let's go over here. Did add annotation, right? Jump to the definition, right? Did add annotation, and oh, we already created that, right? So let's see, are we going to get them? But then it's not going to show. Let's just try it, right? Oh, we're not calling it, right? I just figured out we're not calling it. So that is going to be let's come here and say populate map with annotations, right? Just come here and say populate map with annotations, right? So that's going to be that, and I'm sure you can already see the problem that we have, or can think about it, because it's another problem that we encountered recently. Okay, we have an issue here. Let me just solve it. What we could do instead is we could come and comment this out and just say here, we loop through them and we say for annotation in map dot annotations, map dot remove, and what do you want to remove? Annotation, and the annotation in question is going to be annotation, right? So if we do that and you try building, presumably you're not going to get an error. Okay, fine, it works, right? So let us see this. Let's run it. Let's just run it and see what happens and try and so when we start, I don't think the map is going to have annotations because you're not pressed anywhere, right? But if we press somewhere, okay, I'm not seeing anything. Let's just run it again. And we do have a long press feature, but did add annotation, jump to definition, right? So what we would like to do is, and the problem I was talking about is that we need to be fetching them, listen to them, and then fetch them as it occurs, right? So let's go back to, I believe, is it our favorites? Or is it our detail view? Yes, here, right? So let's just come here and do this, right? Copy this, works pretty much the same. Go back to where we were, go up here, paste this, right? And after that, we are going to go to the Objective-C functionality that we need to put in place. Come here, and we could copy it, right? No need to, let's see. Okay, no. Let's just go to our favorites, right? And come here and jump to this definition. Come here, copy this, right? Copy this, go back. Okay, we are in now map view, right? Make sure you're in the right place. And paste this, and our error will presumably go away. Cannot find locations. Okay, so what we need here is to call populate map with annotations, right? So we seem to have one error, right? Pressed coordinates, did add annotation, right? So did add annotations, right? So we get this, then what you're going to do after we get the pressed coordinates is just come and say map dot add annotation, and here we're just going to say create annotation, and no need to do this again, right? So come here, do that, right? Okay. What's the issue? The issue here is pressed, right? Okay, we can't just copy that, right? So what we would do is just come here and say we want the create annotation. Let's just get rid of this, right? Create annotation, and here we can get the latitude from the pressed location dot latitude, not debug that last, but pressed location dot latitude, like so. And the longitude is going from the pressed location dot no, it's supposed to be pressed coordinates, right? So not that, but pressed coordinates. The next thing we need to do is call create annotations. Come here, say create annotation, and here we're just going to say pressed coordinates, and this is going to be dot latitude, and here we're going to say pressed coordinates, and this is going to be dot longitude, right? So we have the pressed coordinates, the latitude and the longitude there. And the next thing before we do this is we need to add the map view delegate. So let's come here and say in the view did load, that is map is going to be the self. This doesn't exist yet, And right now, what we want to do is we want to come to the bottom here, and we're just going to say extension, and this is going to be the map view controller, like so. This is going to be MK map view delegate, and this one is going to be what we'd like to do is, or let's just see what this looks like, right, first, and then we can proceed, right? Give it a second. It's taking its sweet time. But what we want to do here is here is where we would control whether or not we want to change the look of the annotation, right? So the default annotation is going to be a sort of pin, right? But we don't want the pin. What we would like is something more colorful. Like for example here, we do have this because we are calling the populate, and we have already saved Naples, right? So off camera, I saved Naples as one of the places. So this is what we get as a pin, right? So let's decide to go somewhere on the Amalfi Coast. Vomero is where the rich people normally live, right? The really rich people in Napoli, that is, right? So if we go somewhere along that's Pompeii, where exploded, and we come to Sorrento. I did that off camera. What you could do is we could come to Positano and put another pointer here, right? So we now have another pointer here, and the difference is we do not want the pointer to look like this. We want to give it our own view, right? So let's do that. So how we would change the view is we would come here to the MK map view delegate, and there is a method, and what's the name of that method? I think it's called view4 or something. View4, this one, right? So what this is going to do, let's just give ourselves a bit more real estate. Come here, do this, and this is just going to be let annotation view, and annotation view is going to be mk marker marker annotation view, and this is going to have the annotation and a reuse identifier, right? And this is just going to be annotation, and the reuse identifier is going to be marker, right? And this is going to be annotation view, and this is going to be dot glyph image, and this is going to be UI image, like so, and this is going to be a system name, and this is going to be network, right? So we have that network, and you can see that in question. If we come here and we get an SF symbol, let's just say SF, come here, and here we have network, right? So I basically change it to network or network badge or network slash, right? So it's just network, right? That's what we changed it to. And here we're going to come here and we say annotation view dot marker tint color, and this is going to be dot system purple, like so. And what we need to do is just return annotation view. So if we do this and we run this, this should give us different looking annotations. And remember, we are going to default to Naples or wherever we default to, and we're going to get this particular annotation, right? So the next thing we would want is to click on the annotation. And now when you click on it, it just becomes big and sort of waves around, right? So let's run that and see it again. So when you click on it, it just gets big, right? What we'd like to do is, instead of just clicking this, we want to go to that particular places. And let's go along and see this one, right? There's Sorrento, and okay, Positano isn't there, right? Oh, we didn't save it, right? Because for it to appear, you need to have saved it, right? So that's why it didn't appear, right? So don't worry about why Positano isn't there. We need a way to navigate to Coredata and save it. And how we do it is in the map view delegate. And here we just want to, a bit like the tab view when you click on the table view, when you click on a table view, right? We have a method and it's called did select, right? So we have this did select method. And what does the did select method do? The did select method allows us to come here and we say let VC, and what's the VC? VC is going to be detail view controller, like so, right? And then you're going to come in and say VC dot location coordinates, like so, and this is just going to be view dot annotation dot coordinates, or coordinates, right? And then we just come and we say navigation controller, like so, and we want to push a view controller, and the view controller is just going to be VC, and animation is always good, so we say true, right? So if we run this, this should give us the particular, okay, let's just come here, right? So now when you click on it, you're going to go to that particular, when you select it, right, you're going to go to that particular page, and from there you can decide to add it, right? So let's come here, and we do have this, right? And the first problem you see is that we don't have this, we don't want this back button, right? So from where they live, where you are living, to go to that particular page, you need to come to the view did load, and here you should just say item, and we want the back bar button, back, this one, right? And this is just going to be UI bar button item, and we need to make the title is going to be an empty string. There are two ways to do this, right? This is one way, right? Dot plain. This is not by any means the only way, right? So, and I believe the other way is a bit shorter, but yeah. If you're following on my other, I have another UIKit project building something like a Tinder clone. We do use the shorter method, right? So that is how you could do it, right? Now, when you click on this, we're going to come here, and it's already among our favorites, so you can remove it from favorites, but now we have that back button. But let's go to, and you see it's big because we selected it. Let's go somewhere, and we have Pozwoli here, right? And let's go and see, okay, Mondragon, right? So we have Mondragon. Let's come here, and now we can choose to add it to favorites. Let's add this to favorites, come here, and we now have, I've added some. I have Berlin, this is Healy, and we have Mondragon, Naples, Niamey, Futo, Pozzuoli, Quito, Sorrento, and Ulaanbaatar. Those are among our favorites, right? So that's basically it. We have all the functionality that we promised to build, right? You can point on a map, press on a location, get that location's weather, add it to your favorite. You can also search for places. Like we could come here and we search for, let's see, what's the weather like in Beijing, right? Beijing. Come here, say Beijing, and Beijing is in China. And you come here, Beijing is the overcast clouds, it's a bit warm, and that's going to be that. And we could go to Denali. I'm sure that's one area, I'm sure is Denali National Park. This is going to be, okay, Denali National Park is doing a bit better today. Let's say Denali. Negative 29.6, right? So Denali is in Alaska, I believe. So it's very, 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 very cold. And it's among our favorites, so you can already see it here, right? So it recognizes it based on the place, right? Based on the coordinates, we recognize the place and realize that this is among our favorited places, right? So this is everything that you potentially need to solve this, right? So this is it, right? So we have done the app. This is a perfect beginner app. We have networking, we have Coredata, we have a bit of maps. We also show you a bit of the delegate methods for maps, navigating using annotations and whatnot. And we also get the user's location, right? So hit this, remember? Let's put our location, okay, fine. Let's go to, let's see, Mumbai, India, right? Okay. And we have this Mumbai. So my location is in Mumbai, right? So we can also check the user's location, and we're using the inbuilt button to check the user's location. So that is everything we wanted to do. Thank you for watching. Subscribe to the channel if you have watched this far, and I will see you in the next video.